Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I've never told this story to anyone outside my family. Even now, 30-something years later, typing this makes my hands shake a little. I guess I need to get this off my chest, and maybe someone here has experienced something similar. This all happened back in '89 when I was 10 years old. We lived in Millfield, one of those towns where everyone knows everyone else's business and nothing exciting ever happens. Well, almost nothing. Our house wasn't anything special, just a cramped 1,500 square foot ranch-style home that my parents had stretched to fit our family of 6. Me, my twin sisters Jenny and Lisa, who were 12 at the time, and my older sister Kate, 14, all shared one bedroom. It was tight with 3 single beds crammed in there, but we made it work. Everything changed when Grandma decided she wanted to help by buying us a bunk bed. She meant well, she always did. But I sometimes wonder how different our lives would have been if she'd just left things alone. I remember the day they brought it home. It was a Friday afternoon in October, and I'd just gotten home from school. Grandma was so proud of herself for finding this bargain at some second-hand store downtown. You know, the kind with dusty windows and that weird smell of old things. The bunk bed was nothing special. Dark wood, slightly scratched, with a ladder that creaked when you climbed it, triple stacked, with the middle bunk perpendicular to the top and bottom ones to save space. "Isn't it perfect?" Grandma had said, beaming. I remember thinking it looked old and kind of sad, but I smiled and thanked her because that's what you do when your grandma gives you something. Dad and my uncle spent that afternoon setting it up, cursing under their breath when they thought we couldn't hear. By dinner time, our bedroom had been transformed. Kate got the top bunk, being the oldest. I got the middle one, and the twins shared the bottom, which was slightly wider than the others. The first night, I remember lying in my new bed, staring at the bottom of Kate's mattress above me. Something felt off. Not scary, just strange. Like when you walk into a room and know someone's been there, even though you can't see them. I chalked it up to the newness of the bed and eventually fell asleep. For the first week or so, everything was normal. Then came that Saturday afternoon in November. My sisters had gone to the mall with Mom, and Dad was working in the garage. I had the house to myself, which was a rare treat. I was sprawled on the floor of our bedroom, playing Pitfall on my Atari. I was getting close to beating my high score when I felt it. A slight vibration through the floorboards. I glanced up at the bunk bed. Nothing seemed out of place. Back to my game. A minute later, I heard a creaking sound, and the bunk bed shifted, just a tiny bit, like someone had rolled over in their sleep. Except no one was in it. "Dad?" I called out, thinking he might have come inside. No answer. I went back to my game, determined to beat that level. The bed shook again, harder this time, like someone had jumped onto it. I hit pause and stood up slowly, staring at the bed. "Hello?" My voice sounded small in the empty room. Nothing. I told myself it was just the house settling. Our home was always making weird noises. That's what Dad always said. I sat back down, unpaused my game and tried to focus. That's when it happened. The entire bunk bed began to shake violently, not like an earthquake, more like someone was inside it, thrashing around with incredible force. The wooden frame banged against the wall, the mattresses bounced, and the ladder rattled against its hooks. I dropped my controller and scrambled backward across the floor, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. The bed continued to shake, bang, bang, bang against the wall. Then the drawers built into the bottom bunk began sliding in and out on their own, slamming closed and flying open. I couldn't scream. My voice was stuck somewhere between my chest and my mouth. I just stared, frozen, as this thing, this ordinary piece of furniture, seemed to come alive with rage. Then, as suddenly as it started, it stopped. The room fell silent, except for the tinny music of my paused Atari game. I ran out of that room so fast, I tripped over my own feet in the hallway. I didn't stop until I reached the garage, where I practically collapsed against my dad, babbling about the bed. "Whoa, slow down, Sophie," he said, wiping grease from his hands. "What are you talking about?" I told him what happened, the words tumbling out between gasps. He looked at me with that face parents make when they think you're exaggerating. "Honey, it's an old bed, probably just needs the bolts tightened." "No, Dad, it was shaking by itself." He sighed, put down his tools, and followed me inside. Of course, the bed was perfectly still when we got there. My Atari controller was still on the floor where I'd dropped it. Dad checked the bed, tightened a few bolts with a wrench he'd brought from the garage, and ruffled my hair. "See? Nothing to worry about. Old furniture makes noises sometimes." I nodded, but I knew what I'd seen. That wasn't just old furniture making noises. That night, I refused to sleep in my bunk. I made up some excuse about feeling sick and slept on the couch in the living room. My parents thought I was being dramatic, but I didn't care. The next day, Jenny came to me while I was watching TV. "Did something weird happen in our room yesterday?" she asked, her voice low so Mom couldn't hear from the kitchen. My stomach dropped. "Like what?" Jenny glanced around, then whispered, "I saw someone on the ladder last night." "What? Who?" "I don't know. It was dark, but it was like an old man with white hair that kind of glowed. He was climbing up to your bunk. I thought I was dreaming, but then I heard the ladder creaking. I felt cold all over. Did you tell Mom and Dad?" She shook her head. "They'd just say I had a nightmare." She was right. That's exactly what they'd say. Over the next few weeks, all of us girls experienced something with that bed. Lisa woke up one night screaming that someone was sitting on her chest. Kate swore she heard whispering coming from underneath the top bunk, right where I was supposed to sleep, and more than once, we all heard what sounded like glass shattering in our room, only to run in and find everything intact. The bed would shake randomly, sometimes when we were in it, sometimes when the room was empty. Objects would go missing, only to turn up in the drawers of the bottom bunk. My favorite hair clip disappeared for a week, then suddenly appeared perfectly centered on my pillow one morning. We started sleeping together in the living room, making up excuses about wanting to have slumber parties or falling asleep during movies. Our parents were frustrated but let it slide for a while. Finally, after about a month of this, I broke down and told Mom everything, about the shaking, the old man Jenny saw, the whispering, all of it. To my surprise, she didn't immediately dismiss it. She just listened, her face growing more concerned. "Why didn't you girls tell us sooner?" she asked. "We thought you wouldn't believe us," I said. Mom sat quiet for a long time. "When I was a girl," she finally said, "my grandmother's house had a rocking chair that would rock by itself. No one believed me either. For the first time, I felt a tiny bit of relief. At least someone was taking us seriously. Mom talked to Dad that night. I couldn't hear what they were saying, but there was a lot of hand-waving and concerned looks. The next day, Dad announced we were getting new beds, but it would take a few weeks for them to be delivered. "Until then," he said, "you girls can use sleeping bags in our room if you want." We took him up on that offer immediately, but the thing about the bunk bed, it seemed to get worse when we avoided it. The noises got louder. Things would fly off shelves. Once, Kate went in to get clothes for school and found every drawer in the room pulled out and emptied onto the floor. Dad started to believe us after that. He even called a local priest to come look at the bed. Though nothing happened while the priest was there, he blessed the room anyway, sprinkled some holy water around. But it didn't help. We lived like this for almost 4 years. 4 years of being afraid in our own home. We adapted as best we could, never going into the room alone, keeping the door closed at all times, sleeping elsewhere in the house. My parents talked about getting rid of the bed, but money was tight, and new beds for 4 girls wasn't cheap. Then came the fire. It was summer of '93. The air conditioner in the hallway malfunctioned and sparked a fire while we were at my aunt's house for dinner. By the time the fire department got there, our bedroom was completely destroyed. The bunk bed was nothing but charred wood and springs. I remember standing in the driveway, watching the firefighters haul the remains of that bed out to the curb, feeling this weird mix of sadness about our lost stuff and absolute relief that the bed was gone. Insurance covered the repairs to the house, and after 2 months of living with my grandparents, we moved back in. Our bedroom had been completely redone. New drywall, new carpet, new paint, and most importantly, 4 new single beds. The difference was immediate. The room felt lighter somehow, like a weight had been lifted. No more noises, no more shaking, no more mysterious old man on the ladder, just a normal bedroom in a normal house. We never found out who or what had been attached to that bunk bed. Sometimes I wonder about the history of it. Who owned it before us? What might have happened to them? Did Grandma know something was off when she bought it? The second-hand store where she got it closed down years ago, so there's no way to trace its origins now. My sisters and I still talk about it sometimes when we get together for holidays. We call it the haunted bunk bed and compare notes on what each of us experienced. It's become almost like a family legend, but I know it was real as the goosebumps I get even now typing this out. I've never bought second-hand furniture since then, and to this day I sleep with the lights on. Story 2. I still can't sleep with the lights off. It's been 3 months since that night, and I'm writing this at 4 in the morning because I woke up feeling watched again. I need to get this off my chest, even if no one believes me. I live alone in a small 1-bedroom apartment on the 3rd floor of an older building. Nothing fancy, but it's mine, you know. I've never been the type to believe in ghosts or anything supernatural. I'm pretty logical. I work in IT, for crying out loud. I debug problems for a living. But what happened that night in February has completely shattered my understanding of reality. That day had started normally enough. I had the day off and decided to visit this new outdoor market that had opened downtown. It was one of those places with vendors selling everything from fresh produce to handcrafted jewelry. I wandered around for a couple hours, grabbed some lunch from a food truck, and was about to head home when this small booth at the far end caught my eye. The booth was different from the others, darker somehow, with various artifacts and trinkets displayed on a deep purple cloth. The elderly woman running it had this intense stare that seemed to follow me even before I approached. She didn't speak much, just nodded and gestured toward her items when I came closer. That's when I saw it. A necklace with a small pendant that looked like a skull, carved from what appeared to be bone. It was about the size of a quarter, incredibly detailed, with these tiny etchings all over it. When I picked it up, the woman finally spoke. Very old. From temple in my country, she said in broken English, protects some, invites others. I didn't really process what she meant by invites others. I just thought it looked cool and unique. I've always been into that kind of aesthetic, not in a goth way, just appreciating interesting craftsmanship. I asked how much, and she quoted a price that seemed reasonable for a handmade piece. I handed over the cash, and she wrapped it in a small piece of cloth before giving it to me. As I was leaving, she grabbed my wrist. Her grip was surprisingly strong for someone who looked so frail. "Wear with respect," she said, "not toy." I nodded, thinking she was just protective of her work. I put the necklace on right away, feeling the weight of the small skull against my chest. It felt cooler than it should have, even for bone, but I didn't think much of it. The rest of the day was uneventful. I grabbed groceries, went home, made dinner, watched some Netflix, and went to bed around 11. Nothing out of the ordinary. I remember absent-mindedly playing with the necklace as I drifted off to sleep, running my fingers over the intricate carvings. I woke up at exactly 3:15, according to my bedside clock. And I mean wide awake. Not the groggy, half-asleep kind of awakening, where you're not sure if you're dreaming. My eyes snapped open with this intense certainty that I wasn't alone in my room. You know that feeling when someone's staring at you, that prickling sensation on the back of your neck? It was like that, but 100 times stronger. The room was dark, except for the faint blue glow from my clock and the ambient light filtering through my curtains from the street lamps outside. At first, I thought maybe it was just my mind playing tricks on me. I've had sleep paralysis before, though rarely, and I tried to convince myself it was just that, but I could move. I wiggled my fingers and toes to confirm, and yep, I definitely wasn't paralyzed. That's when I saw it. There was a figure sitting on my laundry hamper next to my bed. It was about 3 or 4 feet away from me, just sitting there, watching me. The hamper is basically a stool with a basket on top, but the basket wasn't there. I'd emptied it earlier that day and left the basket in the bathroom, so this thing was just perched on the stool part. It was smaller than an adult human, maybe about the size of a 10-year-old child or a very small adult. I couldn't make out details in the darkness, but I could see the silhouette clearly against the lighter wall behind it. It had long hair that seemed to hang down past its shoulders, but I couldn't tell if it was male or female. It was just there, completely still, watching me. My first thought was that someone had broken into my apartment. I live alone, 3rd floor, all windows and doors locked. But somehow, in that moment, I knew this wasn't a human intruder. There was something fundamentally wrong about the proportions, about the stillness, about the way it seemed to absorb the little bit of light in the room rather than reflect it. I sat up slowly, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. My mouth was completely dry. "Who are you?" I managed to croak out. "What do you want?" No response. Not a sound, not a movement. Just that unwavering stare I could feel, even if I couldn't clearly see its eyes. I tried again, my voice a bit stronger this time. "I can see you. You need to leave, now." Still nothing. Just that unnerving, unblinking presence. The longer I looked, the more details I could make out, or thought I could make out. Its skin seemed pale, almost grayish in the dim light. Its hands were folded in its lap, unnaturally still. No breathing movements, no shifting of weight. The fear that had been building in my chest suddenly spiked. This was wrong. So wrong. I needed light. I needed to see what the hell was in my bedroom. I slowly reached for my phone on the nightstand, trying not to make any sudden movements. My fingers closed around it, and I quickly swiped up to activate the flashlight. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating the spot where the figure had been sitting. It was gone. Completely gone. I frantically swung the light around the room, checking every corner, under the bed, in the closet. Nothing. No doors or windows were open. There was literally nowhere this thing could have gone in the split second between reaching for my phone and turning on the light. I sat there, back pressed against my headboard, phone flashlight clutched in my shaking hand for what felt like hours. I was terrified to move, terrified to turn off the light, terrified to even blink. The silence in my apartment was absolute, except for my ragged breathing and pounding heart. Eventually, I worked up the courage to get out of bed. I turned on every light in my apartment and searched every possible hiding spot. Nothing. No sign that anything had ever been there. I checked my front door, still locked from the inside, deadbolt in place. Windows all secured, no way in or out. I didn't sleep the rest of that night. I sat in my living room with all the lights on, TV playing in the background, until dawn broke. As the sunlight started streaming through my windows, I felt a little of my rational mind returning. Maybe it had been a hallucination, a particularly vivid waking dream, carbon monoxide poisoning. I even checked my detector, working perfectly, no alarms. As I was making coffee with shaking hands, I suddenly remembered the necklace. I looked down and realized I was still wearing it. I'd fallen asleep with it on. The bone skull seemed to stare back at me mockingly. The woman's words echoed in my head. Protects some, invites others. Had I somehow invited something into my home by wearing this thing? It seemed ridiculous in the light of day, but after what I'd experienced, I wasn't taking any chances. I took off the necklace and put it in a drawer in my kitchen, burying it under some dish towels. I spent that day in a fog, jumping at every noise, constantly feeling like someone was watching me from just behind my shoulder. I called in sick to work and tried to research online about bone carvings and ancient temples, trying to figure out what the hell this necklace might be. But without knowing what country it came from, I couldn't find anything specific. I went back to the market the next day, desperate to find the old woman and get some answers. But her booth was gone. When I asked the market organizer about her, they seemed confused, saying they didn't have any vendor matching that description registered for the event. They showed me the vendor map. There wasn't even a booth where I remembered seeing hers. That night, I didn't wear the necklace. I put it in a box, wrapped it in the cloth it came in, and shoved it to the back of my closet. I left lights on, played a podcast to have some background noise, and eventually managed to fall into an uneasy sleep around 2 in the morning. I woke up at 3:15 exactly. Again, wide awake. Again, with the absolute certainty that I wasn't alone. And there it was, sitting in the exact same spot, watching me with that same unblinking stare. Only this time I could have sworn it was slightly closer to my bed. I reached for my phone again, turned on the flashlight. Gone. This has continued for 3 months now. Not every night, but often enough that I'm falling apart from sleep deprivation and constant fear. Sometimes I see it. Sometimes I just feel its presence. I've tried sleeping elsewhere, at friends' houses, in hotels, and on those nights, nothing happens. It's only in my apartment. I've moved the necklace, put it in a storage unit across town, but it hasn't made any difference. Whatever link was established that first night seems permanent now. The figure never does anything. It never approaches me, never speaks, never moves while I'm looking at it. But sometimes, in the morning, things in my apartment are in different places than where I left them. Small things. A coffee mug moved from the counter to the table. A book taken from the shelf and left open on my couch. My shoes arranged neatly by the door when I know I kicked them off haphazardly. I don't know what it wants. I don't know what it is. I just know that it's watching me, has been watching me ever since that day I bought the necklace. And I can't shake the feeling that it's building up to something, that these nightly visits are just the beginning. I'm writing this because I don't know what else to do. I can't tell my friends or family. They'll think I've lost my mind. Maybe I have, but I know what I've seen. I know what I feel every night at 3:15 when I wake up to find those eyes on me in the darkness. The worst part, last night, when I turned on the light and it vanished as usual, I noticed something on the stool where it sits, a single long dark hair that definitely isn't mine. I'm terrified of what happens next. Story 3. I still can't believe it's been 6 months since our vacation to Blackwater Forest. Even typing this out makes my hands shake. I've tried talking to a therapist about it, but they just give me that look. You know the one. Like I'm making it all up, or need stronger medication. Maybe writing it down will help. I don't know. All I know is I haven't slept properly since December. It was supposed to be a simple getaway. My parents had been fighting a lot, and I think they thought a cabin in the middle of nowhere would somehow fix things. No internet, no distractions, just us pretending to be a happy family again. The cabin itself was nice enough. Rustic, with that woody smell that reminds you you're miles from civilization. We arrived on a Friday afternoon after a 4-hour drive where nobody talked much. Blackwater Forest isn't exactly a tourist hotspot. The rental guy made some comment about us being the first people to book the cabin in months. He handed us a map with hiking trails marked in faded red ink and mentioned something about staying on the paths. I remember thinking he seemed nervous, kept looking over his shoulder while explaining where to find extra firewood. At the time, I figured he was just weird. The first day was actually okay. Dad got the fire going, Mom unpacked our food supplies, and I explored the cabin. It had this massive porch overlooking a steep valley with trees that seemed to stretch forever. The forest was dense, like unnaturally dense. The trees grew so close together in some spots that it just looked like a wall of dark green. That evening, Mom asked me to take some photos of her and Dad on the porch. The sun was setting, and she thought it would make a nice picture to show her friends back home. I grabbed her phone and took several shots of them standing by the railing. Normal touristy stuff, but while taking those pictures, something felt off. It's hard to explain. It was like the air suddenly got thicker, and this overwhelming sense of being watched washed over me. The hair on my arms stood up, and I felt cold even though it was still warm outside. I remember my fingers shaking slightly as I tapped the screen for the last photo. "Let's go inside," I said, trying to sound casual. "It's getting dark." Mum scrolled through the pictures I'd taken, smiling and showing them to Dad, completely oblivious to whatever had just happened. I didn't say anything about the feeling. What was I supposed to say? "Hey, I think the forest is watching us." They'd think I was just being dramatic. After dinner, Dad and I sat on the porch again. He was telling me about the fishing spot he'd found on the map, how we'd go there tomorrow. I was only half listening, still feeling uneasy, but trying to ignore it. The forest was making these weird sounds, not just normal forest sounds like rustling leaves or animal calls. It was more like whispers, rhythmic, almost like chanting, but so faint I couldn't be sure I wasn't imagining it. That's when Mom came bursting onto the porch, her face pale. "Look at this," she said, holding out her phone. "Ashley just texted me about the photo I sent her." Ashley was Mom's friend from her book club. Apparently, Mom had sent her one of the pictures I'd taken earlier, and Ashley had noticed something strange in the background. "She zoomed in on this part," Mom said, her finger trembling slightly as she showed us the screen. I felt my stomach drop as I looked at the image. Behind my parents, partially hidden by the trees at the edge of the forest, was what appeared to be a woman. Not just any woman. She was clearly Native American, wearing some kind of traditional headdress with feathers and beads, but that wasn't the most disturbing part. Standing behind her, towering over the trees themselves, was something else, something tall, impossibly tall. The figure was so unnatural that my brain kept trying to dismiss it as a tree or a shadow trick, but it wasn't. It was standing there, watching us, and somehow I hadn't seen it when taking the picture. "What the hell is that?" Dad said, taking the phone and squinting at it. He's always been the practical one, immediately trying to find a logical explanation. Must be a smudge on the lens or something. But I knew it wasn't. And I think Mom knew too, because she kept staring at the tree line, her arms wrapped around herself like she was cold. That's when I heard it, a loud rustling from the edge of the forest, maybe 50 yards from the porch. I looked up, and at first I thought I was seeing tree branches moving in the wind, except there was no wind, and they weren't branches, they were antlers, massive, twisted antlers that reached up to the height of an ancient oak tree. As my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I made out a deer skull, bleached white by the sun, with empty eye sockets that somehow seemed to be staring directly at me. The skull was attached to a body that was too tall, too thin to be human, but stood upright on 2 legs. I couldn't move, couldn't speak. It was like my entire body had shut down from pure terror. I just sat there, staring at this thing as it stood motionless at the forest's edge. Dad must have noticed my expression because he grabbed a flashlight and pointed it toward where I was looking. "What is it?" he asked, but by the time the beam cut through the darkness, there was nothing there, just trees and shadows. "I saw something," I managed to say, my voice barely above a whisper. "Over there it had antlers." Dad swept the flashlight back and forth, but whatever I'd seen had vanished. "Probably just a deer," he said. but I could tell he didn't believe it. Deer don't stand upright. Deer don't have skulls for heads. Deer don't watch you like that. None of us slept well that night. I kept hearing noises outside, scratching against the walls, footsteps on the porch, that same distant chanting I'd noticed earlier. At one point I swore I heard something breathing right outside my window, but I couldn't bring myself to look. The next morning, Dad announced we were leaving. No one argued. We packed up silently, throwing our things into bags with shaking hands, constantly glancing out the windows. I've never seen my parents so scared, though they were trying to hide it for my sake. As we were loading the car, I realized I'd left the wooden spear I'd carved inside. Dad had shown me how to whittle on our first day, and I'd spent hours working on this spear, stripping the bark and sharpening one end. It wasn't much, just a stick really, but I'd been proud of it. "Leave it," Mom said when I mentioned going back for it, but I ran in anyway, grabbed it from beside the fireplace, and hurried back to the car. I didn't know then what bringing that spear home would mean. The drive back was tense. Nobody wanted to talk about what we'd seen, what we'd felt. It was like if we didn't say it out loud, maybe it wasn't real. But I kept thinking about that figure in the photo, about those antlers silhouetted against the night sky. When we got home, Mum started researching Blackwater Forest. She found an article about the area's history, and that's when things got even more disturbing. The article featured an image of a Native American woman wearing the exact same distinctive headdress as the figure in our photo. According to the article, centuries ago, after a tribal war, one tribe had captured, scalped, and beheaded a woman from the enemy tribe in the valley directly behind our cabin. The article mentioned local legends about her spirit still wandering the forest, and about something far worse that had been awakened by the bloodshed. And that's when the real nightmare began. At first, it was just bad dreams. Dreams of running through endless trees while something with antlers hunted me. But then I started seeing things when I was awake. Shadows moving in the corner of my room, the sound of hooves on our roof at night, the smell of rotting meat filling my bedroom, even though there was nothing there. I became obsessed with the spear I'd brought home. I kept it under my bed, and sometimes at night I'd hold it like it could protect me, but I think that's what made it worse. That spear connected me to whatever was in those woods. By January, I was falling apart. I couldn't sleep, couldn't eat. I'd wake up screaming, "It's coming, it's here." My parents took me to doctors who diagnosed anxiety, prescribed medications that didn't help. Nothing helped because they couldn't see what I could see. It would stand in the corner of my room at night, tall enough that it had to hunch under the ceiling, that skull face watching me, antlers scraping the walls. Sometimes it would just watch. Other times it would come closer, reach out with fingers that were too long, too thin, ending in points that looked like sharpened bone. My parents finally believed me when they found claw marks inside my closet door. Marks that went from floor to ceiling in a single slash. Marks that couldn't have been made by anything human. We tried everything. My mom, who'd never been religious, called a priest. We had the house blessed. When that didn't work, we tried a Native American healer who burned sage and cedar, who told us what we were dealing with was a Wendigo, a spirit of hunger and winter, of cannibalism and greed. She said it had claimed me as its territory when I took something from its forest. The spear. It had to be the spear. We burned it in the backyard in early February, the wood smoking and popping in the fire pit as my dad doused it with holy water. The smoke turned black, unnatural, twisting into shapes that looked almost like a screaming face before the wind carried it away. That night was the worst. I woke up feeling like I was being crushed, like something was sitting on my chest, pressing me into the mattress. I couldn't breathe, couldn't move, and it was there, its face inches from mine, eye sockets empty but somehow full of hunger. It smelled like blood and rot and winter. Its mouth opened wider than any mouth should, unhinging like a snake's, revealing rows of teeth like sharpened icicles. I thought I was going to die. I was certain of it. But then my dad burst into the room, Bible in one hand, holy water in the other, shouting prayers at the top of his lungs. The pressure on my chest vanished. The thing retreated to the corner, seeming to shrink in on itself until it was just a shadow, and then nothing at all. That was 3 weeks ago. I haven't seen it since that night. The nightmares have stopped. The scratching on the walls has stopped, but I still can't shake the feeling that it's not over, that it's just waiting. I've been researching Wendigos ever since. Most sources say they're territorial spirits, that they can't leave their hunting grounds. But what if this one didn't follow me home from Blackwater Forest? What if I brought it home? What if, by taking that spear, I gave it permission to attach itself to me? I don't know if I'll ever feel safe again. I don't know if I'll ever be able to look at a forest without wondering what's watching me from between the trees. All I know is that something followed us home from Blackwater Forest. Something ancient, something hungry, and sometimes when I'm alone in the house and the sun is setting, I swear I can still hear that distant chanting, still smell that rotting scent on the air, still feel those empty eye sockets watching me, waiting for me to let my guard down. Because the thing about a Wendigo is, it's patient. It can wait forever for its prey, and I'm afraid that's exactly what it's doing. Story 4. I still get goosebumps thinking about what happened last weekend. I've been debating whether to post this for days, but I need to tell someone who might understand or have experienced something similar. My girlfriend Emma and I had been planning a trip to the Grand Canyon for months. We both work retail jobs with crazy schedules, so finding matching days off was like winning a mini lottery. We'd decided to drive through the night to maximize our time at the canyon, planning to arrive at sunrise. We left Phoenix around 9 in the evening last Saturday. The first couple hours were fine. We stopped for gas, grabbed some energy drinks and snacks, and kept pushing north. Emma was excited about her new Nintendo Switch and was pretty much glued to it the whole ride, which was fine by me. I was in the zone, enjoying the drive with some lo-fi beats playing. Around midnight is when things got weird. We'd been on this stretch of road cutting through Coconino National Forest for maybe 30 minutes. It was pitch black. I mean pitch black. The kind of darkness that makes your headlights seem inadequate, like they're barely cutting through it. There were no other cars, no lights from houses or buildings, nothing but forest on both sides of the road. I remember checking the time on the dashboard. It was 12:17 when I practically jumped out of my skin and yelled, "Holy shit!" Emma dropped her Switch and practically screamed, "What? What is it?" My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. There was a woman standing on the side of the road, just standing there, pointing. What woman? Where? Emma was frantically looking out the windows, but we'd already driven past where I'd seen her. She was just right there, on the right shoulder, standing completely still, but pointing across the road like this. I mimicked the gesture, arm fully extended, finger pointing firmly to the opposite side. I was already slowing down, unsettled by the whole thing. Who would be standing on a forest road in the middle of nowhere at midnight? There weren't any broken-down cars nearby, no campgrounds marked on our maps for miles. Emma was about to say something when her eyes went wide. "Daniel, look out!" I whipped my head to the left where she was staring, and that's when I saw them. A massive bull elk with huge antlers and several females stepping out from the tree line directly into our path. They had been completely hidden by the darkness and the thick undergrowth until that exact moment. I swerved hard to the right, maybe too hard. The car fishtailed, and I felt the back end start to slide out. My knuckles went white on the steering wheel as I fought to regain control, overcorrected, then finally straightened out. The whole car shuddered as I pumped the brakes, coming to a stop maybe 50 yards past where I'd seen the woman. For a few seconds, we just sat there breathing heavily. My hands were shaking so badly I couldn't have driven even if I wanted to. Emma was pressed back against her seat, her Switch forgotten on the floor. "Did you see that?" she whispered. "That elk was huge. If we'd hit it..." She didn't need to finish. We both knew. At the speed we were going, hitting an animal that size would have been catastrophic. People die in elk collisions all the time in these parts. The bull was probably close to 1,000 pounds. But how did you know? Emma asked, turning to look at me. You started slowing down before we even saw them. I told you, I said, my voice still shaky. There was a woman on the side of the road, pointing right at where those elk were about to cross. We both looked out the back window. The road behind us was empty. There was no sign of anyone. We should go back, Emma said. Maybe she needs help. Part of me wanted to just keep driving, to put this weird moment behind us. But I knew she was right. If someone was stranded out here in the middle of nowhere, we couldn't just leave them. I carefully turned the car around and drove slowly back to where I'd seen the woman. Emma had her phone flashlight out, scanning the roadsides. We went back and forth along that stretch of road 3 times, going slower each time, but there was nobody there. No footprints on the dusty shoulder, no sign anyone had been standing there at all. Are you sure about what you saw? Emma asked, but not in a way that suggested she didn't believe me, more like she was trying to process it herself. I'm positive, I said. She was wearing dark clothes, maybe a long dress or coat. Her hair was long, down past her shoulders, and she was just standing there, perfectly still except for her arm pointing across the road, like she was warning us. We gave up the search after about 15 minutes. There was nowhere else to look, and honestly, the whole forest was starting to feel creepy. We decided to continue our drive, but I kept the speed well below the limit for the next hour, scanning the roadside constantly. Eventually, Emma fell asleep, and I was left alone with my thoughts. That's when I started really thinking about what had happened. The woman had appeared exactly when and where we needed a warning. Her gesture was specific, pointing precisely to where the danger would emerge, and then she was gone, with no trace left behind. I've never told Emma this, but I've seen things my whole life, not often, and usually just glimpses, people who aren't quite there, going about routines that don't make sense in the current setting. My mom called it being sensitive and said it ran in her family. I learned pretty early on not to talk about it much. When we finally reached our hotel near the Grand Canyon at around 5 in the morning, Emma woke up as I parked the car. We were both exhausted but too wired to sleep right away. We sat on the hood of the car, watching the sky lighten slightly before sunrise, and I decided to tell her. I need to tell you something, I said, and it might sound crazy. She looked at me with those tired but curious eyes. After tonight, I think my threshold for crazy has been raised considerably. So I told her about the things I'd seen since I was a kid, the old man who used to check the mail in our apartment building hallway at exactly 3:15 every afternoon, despite there being no mailboxes there. The little girl I'd see playing hopscotch in the empty lot behind my high school, the businessman with an 80s briefcase who would wait at the bus stop near my first apartment, only to vanish when the bus actually arrived. They're just echoes, I think. Most of them don't interact or even seem to notice the world around them. They're just repeating patterns from when they were alive. Emma was quiet for a long time. Then she asked, "But the woman tonight, she was different." I nodded. She was looking right at our car, pointing deliberately, like she knew what was about to happen and wanted to warn us. "Do you think she was—" Emma hesitated. "A ghost? A spirit?" "I don't know," I said honestly. "But whatever she was, I think she saved our lives tonight. We tried to research it after getting some sleep." Emma found old news articles about accidents on that stretch of road. There were several involving elk collisions, but nothing that definitively pointed to who our mysterious woman might have been. One story from 1978 mentioned a family of 4 killed when their station wagon hit an elk and then rolled multiple times. Another from 2004 described a similar incident with 2 fatalities. The more I thought about it, the more convinced I became that we'd experienced something genuinely supernatural. Not just a random ghost sighting, but something purposeful. The timing was too perfect, the warning too specific. It was like this entity existed solely to prevent travelers from meeting the same fate she perhaps had suffered. That night at the hotel, Emma woke me around 3 a.m. She was sitting up in bed staring at her phone with this shocked expression. "Look at this," she whispered, handing me her phone. She'd been browsing a local history forum about Coconino County and found a thread about the Road Watcher. According to several accounts spanning decades, drivers on that exact stretch of forest road have reported seeing a woman in dark clothing appearing suddenly at night, always pointing to warn of danger ahead. The post included 3 separate accounts from the 1990s where drivers claimed a mysterious woman had warned them of hazards, twice about elk crossings and once about a fallen tree blocking the road just beyond a curve. One commenter had posted an old newspaper clipping from 1956 about a young park ranger named Margaret Wilkins who had been killed trying to warn an approaching car about elk on the road. The car swerved but hit her instead. The article mentioned she had been known for her dedication to preventing wildlife vehicle collisions in the area. I got chills reading that. Could our mysterious woman have been Margaret, still trying to protect travelers 70 years later? We spent our 3 days at the Grand Canyon, but I couldn't stop thinking about what happened. On our drive back, we deliberately took a different route, both of us too spooked to travel that same road again, especially at night. It's been a week now, and I still find myself thinking about her, this guardian who may have saved our lives. I wonder how many other drivers she's warned over the decades, how many accidents she's prevented that no one will ever know about. I've always been skeptical about guardian angels or protective spirits, despite my occasional glimpses of things I couldn't explain. But now, I'm not so sure. Something watched over us that night in Coconino Forest. Something knew exactly when and where to appear to prevent a tragedy. Sometimes I wonder if I should go back, maybe try to thank her somehow. But another part of me feels like I should leave it alone, that some mysteries are better left unexplored. All I know is that if you're ever driving through Coconino National Forest late at night and see a woman standing by the roadside pointing urgently, for God's sake, slow down and look where she's pointing. She might just be trying to save your life. Story 5. I never believed in ghosts, not really, but living in this house has changed me. I'm writing this because I need to tell someone who might understand, because my husband thinks I'm overreacting, and my friends think I need more sleep. Maybe they're right, but something is happening in my home that I can't explain, and it's getting worse. We bought this place in Oldbrook about 2 years ago. It's a beautiful Victorian built in the 1800s, all original hardwood floors, ornate moldings, and those tall windows that let in gorgeous light. The previous owner was actually a friend of mine, Richard. He'd renovated most of it while keeping the historic charm. When he passed away unexpectedly from a heart attack, his children decided to sell, and we jumped at the chance. My husband Mark and I had always wanted an old house with character, and with our daughter Emma turning 3, we thought it would be perfect. The first few months were normal, just the usual adjustments to creaky floors and settling noises that come with any old house. We replaced some of the interior doors that were damaged, including our bedroom door, though we kept the original hardware where possible. Nothing felt off or strange. But about 6 months ago, I started noticing something odd with our bedroom door. It would occasionally swing open on its own. At first, I figured it was just the house settling, or maybe the door wasn't latching properly. Mark installed a new latch, but it kept happening. Then last month, things escalated in a way I still can't explain. I work from home as a counselor, doing mostly telehealth appointments these days. My office is set up in our bedroom because it's the quietest spot in the house. That Wednesday, I had back-to-back sessions scheduled all morning. My friend Jen was watching Emma downstairs since my usual sitter cancelled last minute. During my third appointment of the day, I was completely focused on my client, a woman dealing with anxiety issues. We were about 20 minutes into our Zoom call when I heard it. The doorknob to my bedroom jiggled, not like someone was turning it, but like someone had grabbed it and was testing it. I glanced over, momentarily distracted, but continued with my client. Then it happened again, more deliberately this time. The knob turned slowly, and I heard the metal mechanism of the latch slide up. The door popped open just slightly in its frame. I assumed it was Jen or Emma needing something, so I held up a finger to my client and called out, "Did you need something?" The door opened another inch. "Emma, honey, is that you?" I said, thinking maybe my daughter was playing shy. "You can come in if you need me." That's when it happened. The door flew open, not like it was pushed, but like it was yanked with force. It slammed against a pile of laundry I had stacked against the wall. The impact was so hard that a few shirts fell off the top of the pile. But there was nobody there. Absolutely nobody. I quickly apologized to my client, saying my daughter needed me for a second, and put myself on mute. I rushed to the doorway and looked down the hallway, empty. I checked the stairs. Nobody was coming up or going down. I called out for Jen and she answered from the living room. "Everything okay?" she called up. "Did you or Emma just come upstairs?" I asked, my heart pounding. "No, we're building a block tower. Emma hasn't left my sight." I glanced out the window and saw our 2 dogs still in the backyard, where I'd left them before my session started. No one else was in the house. I finished my session somehow, though I was completely rattled. When I told Jen what happened afterward, she suggested maybe a draft had caught the door. But there were no windows open, no fans running, nothing to create that kind of force. That night I told Mark what happened. He did what husbands often do, checked the hinges, adjusted the door, and assured me it was just an old house being quirky. "Doors in old houses do weird things," he said. "The frames aren't square anymore, floors settle." I wanted to believe him. I really did. A few nights later, we were both in bed. Mark was reading on his tablet, and I was scrolling through my phone before sleep. It was around 11:30 at night when the doorknob started rattling. Not jiggling like before, but violently rattling, like someone was trying to get in but couldn't quite turn the knob. Mark looked up from his tablet. "What the hell?" "That's what I've been telling you about," I whispered, gripping his arm. The rattling continued for about 10 seconds, then stopped. We looked at each other and Mark put his tablet down. "It's probably just Maggie," he said, referring to our golden retriever who sometimes paws at doors when she wants in. "Let her in." I nodded, and Mark called out, "Come in, girl." Immediately, and I mean the second the words left his mouth, the door flew open hard, banging against the wall. But there was no dog, no Emma, nothing but an empty hallway. Mark got up and checked the entire upstairs, then went downstairs. Both dogs were asleep in their beds in the kitchen. Emma was sound asleep in her room. All doors and windows were locked. When he came back, his face had lost its skeptical expression. "That was weird," he admitted. "Maybe the latch is faulty." But I knew it wasn't just a faulty latch. A faulty latch doesn't respond to verbal commands. The following week, I was working from the kitchen table because I honestly didn't want to be alone in the bedroom anymore. Around noon, I needed to grab my charger from upstairs. When I reached the top of the stairs, I froze. All 4 doors on the upper level, Emma's room, our room, the bathroom, and the small office, were standing wide open. Every single one of them. We always keep Emma's door closed during the day, because otherwise the dogs go in and chew her toys. The bathroom door stays closed because Emma is fascinated with toilet paper, and my bedroom door had been closed when I came downstairs that morning. I stood there in the hallway, unable to move, a cold feeling washing over me. I hadn't heard anything. No doors opening, no footsteps, nothing. Yet here was physical evidence that something had moved through our house, methodically opening every door. I checked each room, half expecting to find someone hiding, but they were all empty. I closed all the doors firmly, making sure each one latched properly, and went back downstairs, taking my laptop with me to work at a coffee shop instead. When I told Mark that evening, he finally took me seriously. We installed a camera in the hallway the next day. For a week, nothing happened. No doors opening mysteriously, no rattling knobs. I started to think maybe it was over, whatever it was. Then last night, it all came to a head. I was alone in the house. Mark had taken Emma to his parents for the night, and I was catching up on some paperwork. The dogs were with me in the living room. Around 9:30, I heard footsteps upstairs. Distinct, heavy footsteps crossing from our bedroom to Emma's room. My blood ran cold. I called the dogs to me, and they both perked up their ears, looking toward the ceiling. They heard it too. The footsteps continued, now moving from Emma's room to the bathroom. I grabbed my phone, ready to call 911, when I remembered the security camera. I pulled up the app with shaking hands. The hallway was empty, completely empty. Yet I could still hear the footsteps overhead, now moving back toward our bedroom. Then came the sound I'd been dreading, our bedroom doorknob rattling. Through the camera feed, I watched in horror as the knob turned by itself. The door swung open slowly, deliberately. Then Emma's door did the same. Then the bathroom, then the office, all 4 doors opening in sequence, with nobody visible. I ran outside with the dogs and sat in my car until Mark came home an hour later. We checked the footage together, and he saw exactly what I had seen. There was no explanation for it, no drafts, no faulty latches, nothing that could make 4 different doors open like that. Here's the thing that finally made everything click for me. I realized yesterday was the 1-year anniversary of Richard's death. Our friend, the previous owner, who loved this house so much, who renovated it room by room, who told me once he would never leave this place unless they carried him out. I don't know if I believe it's Richard. I don't know what to believe anymore. But something is in this house with us. Something that can hear us, that responds to us, that wants us to know it's here. Mark wants to bring in a medium or someone who deals with this sort of thing. I just want the doors to stay closed when they're supposed to be closed. Is that too much to ask? I'm writing this the morning after, and so far, today has been quiet. No moving doors, no footsteps. But every time I walk upstairs, I can't help but feel like I'm being watched, like someone is waiting to see what I'll do next. I've never been so aware of doors in my life, of the way they separate spaces, of how vulnerable you feel when something that should be closed suddenly opens by itself. Something that should offer privacy and security instead becomes a source of fear. I don't know what happens next. I don't know if we should move or if whatever is here would follow us. All I know is that in a house full of doors, I no longer feel safe behind any of them. Story 6. I've been debating whether to share this for months now. Part of me thinks writing it down might help me process everything, but another part worries that acknowledging it all might somehow make it worse. I guess I need to tell someone who might understand, because my friends think I'm just being dramatic. About 2 years ago, my parents and I moved into this house in suburban Brisbane. It seemed like a great deal at the time. Spacious, affordable, good neighborhood. The real estate agent mentioned the previous owner had lived there for decades before moving into assisted living. What he conveniently left out until after we'd signed the papers was why the place was so cheap. The day we got the keys, our next-door neighbor Sarah came over with a welcome basket. While my parents were busy directing the movers, she pulled me aside. "So, they told you about Mrs. Blackwood, right?" she asked, looking uncomfortable. When I shook my head, she sighed. "Figures. Look, I'm not one for gossip, but you should know. The old lady who lived here was into some weird stuff. Witchcraft, seances, all that. Used to scare the hell out of the neighborhood kids." I laughed it off at first. I'm not superstitious, and honestly, I thought having a witch house sounded kind of cool. Sarah didn't laugh. "Just be careful, all right? Especially with that thing in the dining room floor." The thing she was referring to was a square hole about 60 centimeters across that we'd noticed during the inspection. The agent had described it as an access point to the crawl space beneath the house for maintenance. It had a heavy wooden cover that fit perfectly over it, which seemed normal enough. What wasn't normal was discovering the entire house was essentially sitting on a hollow space. Not just a typical crawl space, this felt more like a network of small tunnels and open areas. When you walked across certain parts of the floor, the echo was unmistakable. During our first week of unpacking, my dad found several small bottles hidden in the back of the kitchen cabinets. They were old, dark glass with wax seals, each containing what looked like rolled-up pieces of paper. My mum wanted to open them out of curiosity, but Dad insisted we throw them away unopened. "Some things are better left alone," he said. I remember feeling relieved when they went into the bin. The house had some unusual features beyond the whole. There was a small apartment in the backyard. Nothing fancy, just a bedroom, tiny kitchen and bathroom. It connected to a massive garage by a shared wall with a window between them. From our kitchen, we could see straight through that window into the apartment's hallway. I always found that layout strange, like the house was watching itself. For the first year, everything was relatively normal. We kept the dining room hole covered with its wooden lid and a heavy chair on top for good measure. Sometimes at night I'd hear noises from beneath the floor. Probably just the house settling, I told myself. Then things started to change. It was about 13 months after we moved in. I was in my bedroom doing homework when my mum called out from the kitchen. "Adrian, what are you doing?" "Homework?" I called back, not looking up from my textbook. "No, I mean, what are you doing in the kitchen? I just saw you walk down the hallway." I froze. "Mum, I'm in my bedroom. I have been for hours." There was a long silence before she appeared in my doorway, looking pale. "Someone just walked past me. I thought it was you." After that, it was like a dam broke. We started noticing things constantly. My dad would feel someone touch his shoulder when he was alone. Mum would find items moved from where she'd left them. I'd wake up feeling like someone had been sitting on the edge of my bed. The worst for me were the nightmares. I started having them almost every night, dreams of being trapped beneath the house in a maze of tunnels, something always just behind me, breathing on my neck. I'd wake up gasping for air, my sheets soaked with sweat. After a few weeks of this, I started sleeping on the couch in the living room. I couldn't stand being in my bedroom anymore. One night, I woke up around 3 in the morning, needing to use the bathroom. As I passed the kitchen, something caught my eye through the window. There was movement in the apartment hallway, a shadow passing by the window. My first thought was that someone had broken in, but then I remembered we kept that apartment locked up tight. No one had been in there for months. I woke my dad, and we checked it out together, baseball bat in hand. Nothing. Not a sign of entry. Everything locked from the inside. But as we were leaving, I noticed something I hadn't before. A small tunnel running behind the apartment, connecting to our main bathroom window. Dad explained it housed the gas pipes for our hot water system. "Has that always been there?" I asked, feeling a chill despite the warm night. "Yeah, but don't worry about it. Previous owner probably used it for storage or something." But I could tell from his face he was unsettled too. The tunnel was narrow but deep, disappearing into darkness, and it seemed to connect to the space beneath our house. My brother's bedroom faced the large garage, and he started complaining about hearing footsteps at night. This might have made sense if someone was using the garage, but no one ever did. We kept it empty except for some boxes and old furniture. The footsteps weren't heavy like an adult's. They were light, almost hesitant, like someone testing if the floor would creak. We all started noticing the feeling of being watched. Sometimes I'd be sitting in the living room and suddenly feel fingers lightly brushing the back of my neck. I'd spin around, heart racing, but there was never anyone there. Mum complained about the same thing, gentle touches on her hair or clothes when she was alone. The dining room hole became an obsession for all of us. We never removed the cover, and eventually Dad added a heavy bookshelf on top for good measure. But sometimes at night, I swear I could hear scratching coming from underneath it, like something trying to push it open. About 6 months ago, we had a power outage during a storm. I was in the kitchen getting water when I saw it. A face in the apartment window. Not clear, just a pale oval pressed against the glass for a split second before disappearing. I dropped my glass, and the shattering noise brought my parents running. When Dad checked, there was nothing there, but I know what I saw. The following week, Mum was hanging laundry in the backyard when she noticed something odd about the ground near the apartment. The soil looked disturbed, like someone had been digging. She called Dad over, and they found what looked like the edge of another tunnel entrance that had been covered up with dirt. They filled it with concrete that weekend, not telling me until after it was done. Just a drainage issue, Dad said, but his eyes wouldn't meet mine. I started researching the house's history. Mrs. Blackwood had lived here for nearly 50 years before moving to a nursing home. According to local gossip, she'd been a practicing witch who conducted seances and used Ouija boards regularly. Some neighbors claimed she'd told them she could communicate with what lives beneath. The previous real estate agent who'd handled the property years ago had apparently quit suddenly after coming to do an inspection. No explanation, just refused to ever enter the house again. This was all neighborhood gossip, impossible to verify, but it chilled me nonetheless. Last month I was home alone studying for exams. My parents were at dinner with friends, and I'd opted to stay behind to hit the books. Around 9 p.m. the power went out again. No storm this time, just sudden darkness. I grabbed my phone for light and went to check the fuse box in the hallway. As I approached the dining room, I heard it, a scraping sound. The chair we kept over the hole was moving, inch by inch, all by itself. The wooden cover beneath it started to shift. I ran, out the front door, down the street, not stopping until I reached the main road where there were still people around. I called my parents, frantic, and they rushed home. When we returned, everything was normal. The chair was where it always was. The cover hadn't moved, but there were scratches on the wooden lid that hadn't been there before. Long, deep gouges like something had tried to claw its way out. We've started looking for a new place, but the housing market is tight, and we can't just leave without somewhere to go. So we stay, and we cope. We keep the chair over the hole. We avoid talking about the sounds we hear at night, and we pretend not to notice when things move by themselves. Last week I was doing dishes when I glanced up at the window facing the apartment hallway. There was a woman standing there, elderly, with long grey hair and a smile that wasn't friendly. She raised her hand slowly as if waving, then pressed her finger to her lips in a shushing motion before fading away. I haven't told my parents about that. Some things are too frightening to say out loud. Sometimes I hear whispering coming from beneath the floorboards. Multiple voices having conversations I can't quite make out. My nightmares have gotten worse. In the most recent one, I was in a tunnel beneath the house, crawling on my hands and knees, and I came face to face with Mrs. Blackwood. "They're angry you threw away their messages," she told me. "They've been waiting so long." I wonder about those bottles we found when we first moved in, the ones with the rolled papers inside that we threw away without reading. What did they say? Warnings, instructions, names? Dad put a lock on the wooden cover last weekend. It's probably useless, but it makes us feel better. Whatever's down there, we want it to stay there. The tunnels, the apartment, the hole, they're all connected somehow, channels for something that doesn't want us here. I'm writing this from the living room couch where I sleep now. It's 3 in the morning, and I can hear scratching beneath the dining room floor. It's gotten louder lately, more insistent. The lock on the cover won't last much longer. I don't know what we'll do when it finally gives way. Story 7. I still get chills thinking about that day, even though it's been 3 years. I've never posted about this before, but I need to tell someone who might believe me, because nobody in my town wants to talk about it. I grew up in a tiny town near Starved Rock in central Illinois. There's not much to do around here unless you like cornfields and abandoned buildings. So as teenagers, we'd often walk along the old railroad tracks that cut through the woods behind my neighborhood. My parents hated it, always warning about trains or weirdos living in the woods, but honestly, nothing ever happened in our boring town. That summer, my best friend Amber was staying with me for a week while her parents were on a trip. It was late June, hot and humid as hell. We were 16, bored out of our minds, and decided to take the tracks out farther than we usually went. We left around 2 in the afternoon. It was crazy hot, probably in the 90s, and the air felt thick enough to chew. The railroad tracks were our usual spot. They weren't used much anymore, maybe one freight train a day, and you could hear it coming from miles away. The tracks ran parallel to the Illinois River for a while, before veering off through dense woods that eventually connected to parts of Starved Rock State Park. About an hour into our walk, we were joking around, taking stupid pictures for Snapchat, when Amber stopped suddenly. "What the hell is that?" She pointed to something beside the tracks. At first I thought it was just garbage. People dump stuff along the tracks all the time. But when we got closer, I realized it was 2 large fish, both catfish, I think, completely torn apart. Like, not just dead, but ripped open. Their guts were scattered in a 3-foot radius, and parts of them looked eaten. "That's weird," I said, feeling suddenly uneasy. "We're at least half a mile from the river." "Maybe a hawk dropped them," Amber suggested, but even she didn't sound convinced. These were big fish, too heavy for most birds. We kept walking, but I couldn't shake the weird feeling. The fish bothered me because they were so fresh, not dried out or decayed. Whatever killed them did it recently. About 200 yards further down the tracks, Amber grabbed my arm. "Look!" There was white fluff scattered in the tall grass beside the tracks. At first, I thought it was trash again, maybe some kind of packing material, but when we looked closer, we realized it was tufts of fur or hair, bright white and clumped together. The grass was bent and flattened in a path leading away from the tracks. "Should we check it out?" Amber asked, already stepping into the grass. Common sense said no, but curiosity won out. We followed the trail of white fluff through grass that came up to our waists. The flattened path was about 2 feet wide, like something had dragged something heavy through it. We'd gone maybe 30 feet off the tracks when we found it. A deer leg. Not the whole deer, just the leg, torn off at the hip socket. It was fresh enough that flies were still gathering on it. The white tufts were its tail hair, scattered as if whatever killed it had ripped the tail off. "Okay, this is getting creepy," I said, my mouth suddenly dry. "Let's go back to the tracks." But Amber was staring past the deer leg toward an embankment about 50 feet away. "There's something over there," she said quietly. I followed her gaze and saw what looked like a dark opening in the side of the embankment. It was partially hidden by brush, but once you noticed it, you couldn't unsee it. A tunnel-like entrance, maybe 3 feet in diameter. "Is that a den?" I whispered, suddenly very aware of how quiet the woods had become. No birds, no insects buzzing, nothing. "It's too big for a fox," Amber said. "Maybe a coyote." But we both knew coyotes don't leave fish carcasses around, and they certainly don't take down full-grown deer alone. Whatever made that den was bigger. I had the overwhelming feeling we were being watched. The hair on my arms stood up despite the heat. "We should go," I said. "It'll be getting dark in a few hours." Amber nodded and we backed away slowly, then hurried back to the railroad tracks. Once there, I felt slightly better. At least on the tracks, we could see in both directions. We started walking back toward town, faster than before. Neither of us wanted to admit we were scared, but we weren't taking pictures anymore or talking much. We'd been walking for maybe 10 minutes when I heard it, a soft rustling in the tall grass that ran alongside the tracks. I stopped, and Amber bumped into me. "What?" she asked. "Shh, listen." We both stood perfectly still. For a few seconds, nothing. Then, the rustling came again, like something moving through the grass parallel to us, about 15 feet off the tracks. Probably just a rabbit, Amber said, but her voice shook. We started walking again, a little faster. The rustling kept pace with us. When we slowed down, it slowed. When we sped up, it sped up. "Hey!" I shouted suddenly, making Amber jump. "Who's there?" The rustling stopped immediately. We stood frozen, straining to hear. Nothing. See? Just an animal. "It ran off," Amber said, trying to sound confident. We started walking again, faster now. After about 30 seconds, the rustling started again, keeping pace with us. "It's following us," I whispered. "Let's run," Amber suggested. "No. If it's a predator, running might trigger it to chase us." So instead, we picked up our pace to a fast walk. The rustling kept time with us, sometimes falling behind a little, then catching up with quick movements through the grass. We couldn't see anything. The grass was too tall and thick, but something was definitely trailing us. After about 5 minutes of this, my nerves couldn't take it anymore. I bent down and picked up a fist-sized rock from beside the tracks. "What are you doing?" Amber hissed. I hurled the rock as hard as I could into the grass where the rustling was coming from. There was a sudden thrashing sound, much louder than before, then silence. "Let's go!" I grabbed Amber's arm and we started half-jogging down the tracks. The rustling returned almost immediately, but now it was faster, more aggressive. Whatever it was moving quickly, paralleling us just out of sight. "Hey!" I shouted again, stopping and facing the grass. "Get out of here!" The rustling stopped again, but this time I heard something else. A low, throaty sound that wasn't quite a growl. It was deeper, more like a rumble. "What was that?" Amber whispered, gripping my arm so hard it hurt. "I don't know," I admitted, "but we need to get back to my house, now." We both began walking backwards, keeping our eyes on the grass where we'd heard the sound. After a few yards, we turned and started speed walking toward town. The rustling started again, keeping pace. Amber started picking up rocks and throwing them into the grass as we walked. "Go away," she shouted. "Leave us alone." After her third rock, we heard a sharp, angry sound, halfway between a hiss and a snarl. It didn't sound like any animal I knew. "Run," I said quietly. "Now." We took off down the tracks, our feet pounding on the wooden ties. Behind us, the rustling turned into crashing as whatever it was moved quickly through the grass. It was keeping pace with us, but staying just out of sight. We ran until our lungs burned, not daring to look back. Finally, we reached the edge of my neighborhood, where the tracks crossed a gravel access road. We stopped there, gasping for breath, and turned to look back. The grass along the tracks swayed slightly, then went still. Nothing emerged. "Do you think we lost it?" Amber panted. "I don't know. Let's get to my house." We walked the last quarter-mile through the neighborhood, constantly looking over our shoulders. By the time we reached my backyard, the sun was starting to sink toward the horizon. It would be dark in maybe an hour. My parents weren't home. Dad was on a business trip, and Mom worked late on Thursdays. We went inside long enough to grab sodas and catch our breath, then decided to sit on the trampoline in my backyard. I know it sounds stupid after what happened, but we were trying to convince ourselves we'd overreacted, that it was just a coyote or something. The trampoline sat at the edge of our yard, about 50 feet from where the woods began. Beyond those woods were the fields that led back to the railroad tracks, maybe half a mile away. We were lying on our backs, watching the sky turn orange, when Amber suddenly sat up rigid. "What's wrong?" I asked. She was staring toward the tree line. I saw something move. I sat up and followed her gaze. At first, I didn't see anything. Then, at the edge of the woods where they met the field, something dark emerged. From that distance, I couldn't make out details, but it was big, much bigger than a coyote or a dog. It moved slowly into the field, then stopped and seemed to turn in our direction. "Is that a bear?" Amber whispered, but we both knew there weren't any bears in this part of Illinois. The shape started moving again, with a strange, fluid motion that reminded me of a cat stalking prey. Shoulders rolling, head low, but it was too big to be a mountain lion. And anyway, there hadn't been confirmed mountain lion sightings in our county for decades. Maybe it's someone's escaped exotic pet, I suggested, my voice shaking. Like a tiger or something? But even as I said it, I knew that wasn't right. The proportions were wrong. It moved in a way that seemed unnatural. The creature stopped again, still about 300 yards away. For a long, terrible moment, it seemed to stare directly at us. Then it made a sound that carried clearly across the field, a deep, rhythmic huffing, like a bull about to charge, but deeper, almost like it was coming through something metallic. "Let's go inside," I whispered. "Now." We slid off the trampoline and back toward the house, not turning our backs on the field. The creature started moving again, faster now, covering ground with long, loping strides. We ran the last few steps to the back door, slammed it shut behind us and locked it. Through the window, we could see the field, but the creature was gone. Either it had stopped advancing, or it had reached the tree line at the edge of our property. We spent the rest of the evening huddled in the living room, with all the doors locked and the blinds closed, jumping at every sound. When my mum came home, we didn't tell her what happened. Who would believe us? I've only been back to those tracks once since then, in broad daylight with a group of friends. We found the den, but it looked abandoned. Local hunters have reported finding deer carcasses torn apart in unusual ways. And there have been a couple of missing pet cases in the surrounding area. I still don't know what followed us that day. It was too big to be a coyote, moved wrong for a bear, and the sounds it made, I've never heard anything like them before or since. Sometimes I wake up at night thinking I hear that huffing sound outside my window, but I never work up the courage to look. Whatever it was, it's still out there. And sometimes when I look toward the woods behind my house at dusk, I swear I can feel it watching me. Story 8. I've never told this story to anyone outside my family. I'm still trying to make sense of what happened in that cottage, but after all these years, I'm no closer to understanding it than I was back then. We moved into the cottage when I was 8. It was this small stone building from 1902, tucked away at the edge of our village. My parents thought it was charming, all that character and history they kept going on about. If only they knew what kind of history was actually living there with us. The cottage felt off from day one. Not in an obvious way that you could point to and say, that's weird. More like a feeling that would crawl up your spine when you walked through certain parts of the house. The air would get heavy, like someone was watching you, but when you turned around, no one was there. I shared a room with my younger sister back then. Our room was at the end of this narrow hallway upstairs. It had these really old floorboards that creaked with every step, and 2 small windows that let in barely any light. The walls were painted this faded yellow color that my mum thought was sunny, but just made everything look sickly. One night, about 3 months after we moved in, I woke up for no reason. You know that feeling when something just jerks you awake? It was like that. I remember looking at the little clock by my bed. It was around 4 in the morning. The room was dark, except for this sliver of moonlight coming through the gap in the curtains, and that's when I saw him. There was a man standing at the foot of my bed. Not just any man. He was covered in what looked like blood. His clothes were all ripped and dirty, like he'd been in some horrible accident. But the worst part, the part that still makes my stomach turn when I think about it, was his face. It wasn't just scary or angry. It was wrong. Like his features were all blurred together. I could see he had eyes, but they didn't look right. They were just dark spots where eyes should be. I couldn't scream. I couldn't move. It was like my whole body had shut down from fear. All I could do was stare at him while this cold feeling washed over me. He didn't say anything. He didn't move. He just stood there looking at me. After what felt like forever, I managed to pull my blanket over my head. I was shaking so hard the bed was practically rattling. I stayed like that, curled up and trembling, until I somehow fell back asleep from pure exhaustion. When morning came, I convinced myself it had been a nightmare. I had to, because the alternative was too terrifying. My sister never mentioned seeing anything, so that helped me believe it wasn't real. Kids have nightmares all the time, right? That's what I told myself. But deep down, I knew. I knew it wasn't a dream. The way the floor had creaked under his weight. The smell, like wet earth and something metallic. The way the temperature in the room had dropped so suddenly. Those details were too vivid, too specific for a child's nightmare. Life went on, though. I avoided being alone in my room as much as possible. I'd make excuses to sleep with the light on or to stay downstairs until I was absolutely exhausted. My parents thought I was just going through a phase. If only they knew. Years passed. I got older, started middle school, and eventually moved into my own room when we rearranged the house. My little brother, who was born a few years after we moved in, took over my old room. He was about 3 at the time. That's when things started happening again. It began with little comments. My brother would casually mention things during breakfast or playtime. "The boy on the ceiling was watching me last night," he'd say while coloring, like it was the most normal thing in the world. Or he'd ask if Terry could have dinner with us, which was especially weird because we didn't know anyone named Terry. My parents laughed it off as an imaginary friend phase. Kids that age have active imaginations after all. But I remembered my own experience. The hairs on the back of my neck would stand up every time he mentioned these friends. Then one morning, my brother came downstairs looking exhausted. His eyes had dark circles under them, not normal for a 3-year-old. When my mum asked if he slept okay, he shook his head. "The man with no face was in my room again," he said matter-of-factly, biting into his toast. My blood ran cold. I dropped my spoon into my cereal bowl, splashing milk everywhere. My parents didn't notice my reaction. They were too busy exchanging those "isn't that cute" looks parents give when their kids say something imaginative. "Oh, really?" my mom asked, playing along. "And what does this man do?" My brother looked up from his toast. "He holds my hand at night." The casual way he said it made it 1,000 times worse. I felt sick to my stomach. That night, when my parents weren't around, I asked my brother more about this man with no face. I tried to sound casual, like we were just having a normal conversation. "Do you like it when he holds your hand?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. My brother shook his head. "No, his hand is cold." "Then why do you let him?" I asked. And that's when he said something that still haunts me to this day. He looked up at me with those innocent eyes and said, in a voice that sounded way too mature for a 3-year-old, "I wonder if he was woken." Not, "I wonder if he woke up," or, "I wonder if someone woke him." The phrasing was so specific, so unnatural coming from a toddler. I wonder if he was woken, like something had disturbed this thing from wherever it had been. I started researching the history of our cottage and the surrounding area. The village was old, really old. Our cottage was relatively new compared to some buildings, but it was built on land that had been occupied for centuries. Right down the road was this pub from the 1600s that everyone knew was haunted. The locals had all sorts of stories about it. A man in a tricorn hat who appeared behind the bar, a Victorian girl who played in the garden, even Roman soldiers on horseback that supposedly passed through the cellar on certain nights. But no one talked about our cottage. No one mentioned a man with no face, or anyone named Terry, or a boy who crawled on the ceiling. It was like whatever was in our house was separate from the well-known hauntings in the village. I started sleeping with my door locked after that conversation with my brother. I'd wake up multiple times a night, thinking I'd heard footsteps in the hallway, or feeling like someone was standing just outside my door. Several times I woke up to find my doorknob turning slowly, even though it was locked. I'd lie there, paralyzed with fear, watching the knob rotate back and forth before eventually stopping. Things escalated about a month later. My brother started having these terrible nightmares. He'd wake up screaming, saying, "He's angry, he's angry." My parents would rush to comfort him, but nothing seemed to help. They eventually took him to a doctor who suggested it might be night terrors, a common thing for kids his age. They were given some techniques to help him calm down, but none of them worked. One night, I'll never forget this, I woke up to my brother screaming louder than ever before. I jumped out of bed and ran to his room, beating my parents there by a few seconds. When I pushed open his door, the first thing that hit me was how cold it was. In the middle of summer, his room felt like a freezer. My brother was sitting up in bed, pointing to the corner of the room. "He's there! He's there!" he kept screaming. His little face was streaked with tears, and he was shaking uncontrollably. I looked where he was pointing. At first, I didn't see anything, just shadows. But then I noticed something off about one particular shadow. It was darker than the others, more solid somehow, and it seemed to be pulsing, like it was breathing. As I stared at it, I swear it started to take shape. The outline of a man, tall and thin. My parents rushed in behind me, flipping on the light. The shadow vanished instantly. They comforted my brother while I stood frozen in the doorway, unable to take my eyes off that corner. Even with the lights on, even with my parents there, I could feel something watching us. The next day, strange things started happening all over the house. Objects would move when no one was looking. We'd put something down, turn away for a second, and find it somewhere else entirely. Doors would slam shut, even when there was no draft. The electricity would flicker for no reason, and the noises, God, the noises. Footsteps when everyone was accounted for. Whispering that seemed to come from inside the walls. Sometimes, late at night, we'd hear what sounded like someone dragging something heavy across the floor upstairs when everyone was downstairs. My brother's behavior changed too. He became withdrawn, constantly looking over his shoulder or staring into empty corners. He stopped playing with his toys and would just sit, watching the ceiling for hours. When asked what he was looking at, he'd just say, "Waiting for the boy to come back." My parents finally acknowledged something wasn't right when they found my brother talking to the bathroom mirror at 3 in the morning. He wasn't just babbling, he was having a full conversation, responding to questions no one was asking, nodding and shaking his head. When my dad asked who he was talking to, my brother turned around with this blank expression and said, "The man with no face says it's his house. We're just visitors." That's when my parents started taking it seriously. They contacted a local historian to learn more about the cottage's history. What we discovered was disturbing. Apparently, before our cottage was built in 1902, there had been another structure on the same spot, a small workhouse where they kept the difficult cases, people with mental illnesses who were too dangerous or unpredictable for the main workhouse. According to the records, there had been a patient there, a man who had survived some kind of terrible accident that had disfigured his face. The accident had also affected his mind, and he became violent, eventually killing one of the caretakers before taking his own life. The workhouse was torn down shortly after, and our cottage was built on the same foundation. The historian mentioned something else that made my skin crawl. The caretaker who was killed. His name was Terry. We moved out 2 weeks later. My parents claimed it was because the cottage was too small for our growing family, but I knew the real reason. We all did, even if we never discussed it directly. I'm in my 20s now, living on my own in a different city. I've tried to put the cottage behind me, tried to convince myself that maybe we all just got caught up in some kind of mass hysteria. But sometimes, when I'm alone in my apartment late at night, I'll catch a glimpse of something in my peripheral vision, a shadow that's darker than the rest, a shape that seems to pulse with its own rhythm, and I wonder if he followed us. I wonder if, once he's found you, the man with no face ever really lets you go. Most of all, I wonder what my brother meant when he said, "I wonder if he was woken." Because sometimes, in the darkest hours of the night, I think I can hear footsteps approaching my bedroom door, and sometimes I swear I can feel cold fingers trying to hold my hand. Story 9. I've been hesitant to share this for nearly 3 years now, but I need to get it off my chest. Maybe someone here has experienced something similar and can help me make sense of it. In early 2020, Right when COVID was starting to get bad, I temporarily moved in with my cousin Jane and her boyfriend in rural Victoria, about an hour outside Melbourne. The house itself was weird from the start. It used to be a childcare centre that had been converted into a private residence. I was grateful for the place to stay, but there was something off about it from day one. It was this sprawling single-story building with 3 bedrooms and this really long corridor that ran through the middle. The worst part was these 2 doors that were nailed shut. Jane said they were old storage rooms from when it was a childcare centre, but why nail them shut? Just lock them if you don't want people going in, right? Another creepy thing, the place had tons of windows but no curtains, like none. So at night, it was just pitch black outside and you could see absolutely nothing, but anything outside could see right in. The property was surrounded by these dense trees and bushes, so even the distant streetlights were completely blocked out. It was like being in a fishbowl in the middle of nowhere. I was only supposed to stay for a month while I sorted out a new apartment. But then lockdown hit, and I ended up stuck there for over 3 months. What happened during those months still makes my skin crawl when I think about it. The first incident happened about 2 weeks after I moved in. I'd had this absolutely brutal day at work. I'm a nurse, and the pandemic was just ramping up. Everyone was panicking. Protocols were changing by the hour, and we were all terrified of bringing the virus home. I crashed around 9:30, completely exhausted. I don't know how long I'd been asleep when I woke up to this pressure at the end of my bed. At first, I thought I was dreaming, but then I became more alert and realized something was actually weighing down the mattress. I was lying on my back, and whatever it was started to move up the bed. It felt like something crawling up, putting pressure on the mattress as it moved. I kept my eyes shut. I don't know why, but some instinct told me not to open them. The weight shifted until it felt like something was crouching right on my knees and thighs. My heart was pounding so hard, I was sure whatever it was could hear it. I was trying to control my breathing, pretending to be asleep. Then the blankets started moving. I always sleep with the covers pulled right up to my chin. It's just something I've done since I was a kid, but I could feel them being tugged down, slowly and deliberately, not like when they just slip off during the night. This was purposeful. The mattress kept shifting under me, like whatever was there was adjusting its position, kneeling and standing on different parts of the bed. I was silently crying, biting my lips so hard I tasted blood. I didn't want to make a sound. I didn't want to acknowledge whatever was there. I just kept thinking, this isn't real, over and over in my head. I don't remember falling back asleep, or passing out, more likely. The next morning, I woke up with my blankets bunched at the foot of the bed. My lip was swollen where I'd bitten it, and my eyes were puffy from crying. I told myself it was just a vivid nightmare, stress from work and the pandemic. I didn't mention it to Jane or her boyfriend. I felt stupid even thinking it might have been something else. For the next few weeks, everything was normal. I started to relax, convinced I'd just had a weird stress dream. Then the second incident happened, and there's no way I can explain this one away. I was wide awake. It was probably around 1 in the morning, and I was having trouble sleeping because of my rotating shifts. I was just lying there, scrolling on my phone, when something grabbed my arm. Not like a gentle touch. It gripped my wrist hard and yanked my arm up so it was sticking straight out from my body, perpendicular. I couldn't move it. I tried to pull it back down, but it was like it was being held in place by something incredibly strong. I could feel the mattress dip beside me, like something heavy was kneeling right next to where I was lying. My phone had fallen somewhere in the sheets, so the room was dark, except for the faint glow of the screen somewhere in the bedding. I started reciting prayers. I'm not even religious, but it was all I could think to do. I tried moving the rest of my body naturally, like I was just shifting in my sleep, hoping whatever it was would think I wasn't aware of it and would leave me alone. But the presence only got stronger. The mattress moved more. Like something was climbing fully onto the bed now. I could feel the springs compressing under the weight. My arm was still held up, and it was starting to ache badly at the shoulder. I don't know how long it lasted, maybe 5 minutes, maybe 30. Time seemed to stop. When whatever it was finally released my arm, I didn't dare move for what felt like hours. My arm was tingling, like when your limb falls asleep, and it stayed that way until morning. I had bruises on my wrist the next day. 4 small ones, like fingerprints. I broke down and told Jane about both incidents at breakfast. She looked uncomfortable but said the house was old and sometimes made weird noises, and maybe I was sleepwalking or having night terrors because of stress. Her boyfriend joked about ghosts, which didn't help. I started sleeping with my light on after that. The final incident was the worst, and I still get shaky thinking about it. It happened about a week before I finally moved out. It was early morning, not full daylight yet, but the sun was definitely up because I could see light through the blinds in my room. I'd actually slept through the night for once and was feeling somewhat rested. I went to get out of bed to use the bathroom. As I sat up and swung my legs over the side, something grabbed me around the waist from behind. Hard, it yanked me backward onto the bed. I felt something press against my back, holding me down, and I swear, this happened, as insane as it sounds. Something whispered directly into my ear, a raspy, dry voice that said, "No!" Just that one word, but it was so clear, so close to my ear, that I felt the breath on my skin. I completely lost it. I was shaking all over, crying and thrashing. I somehow broke free and ran out of the room, slamming straight into Jane's boyfriend in the hallway. He was heading to the bathroom and looked at me like I was insane, wild-eyed, hyperventilating, in tears. I couldn't even form words to explain what had happened. Jane came running out of their bedroom, and I just collapsed in the hallway. When I finally calmed down enough to tell them, I could see they were scared too, not of whatever was in the house, but of my mental state. They suggested I might need to talk to someone professional. I spent that day researching the history of the property while they were both at work. All I could find was that it had been a childcare center from 1990 to 2005, then sat empty for almost 10 years before being converted into a house. Nothing about deaths or accidents, nothing that would explain what I was experiencing. That night I slept on the couch in the living room with all the lights on. I moved out the following weekend, making up an excuse about finding a place closer to the hospital. I never told Jane the real reason. I didn't want her to think I was completely unhinged, but I know what I experienced. The thing that haunts me most is the progression. It started with just a presence, then physical contact, and finally that voice. Like whatever it was getting stronger, more able to interact with me. What would have happened if I'd stayed longer? Would it have shown itself completely? Would it have done something worse? I've tried to rationalize it all. Sleep paralysis doesn't explain the bruises or being grabbed while I was fully awake. Stress doesn't explain hearing an actual voice in my ear. The fact that it only ever happened to me, never Jane or her boyfriend, makes me think it was specifically targeting me for some reason. I've never experienced anything like that before or since, and I've never gone back to visit Jane at that house. She still lives there and claims nothing strange has ever happened to her. Sometimes I wonder about those nailed shut doors and what might be behind them. Sometimes I wonder if whatever was in that house is still there, waiting for the next person to stay in that bedroom. I still don't have an explanation for what happened. All I know is that something in that converted childcare center wanted me to know it was there, and it didn't want me to leave. And sometimes, late at night when I'm alone in my apartment, I still feel like something is watching me from the foot of my bed. Story 10. Okay, so I'm still trying to process what happened last weekend, and I honestly don't know where else to share this. I'm not making this up, I wish I was, because it's probably the most embarrassing thing that's ever happened to me. I'm 22, and I work at this tech startup downtown that's basically eating my life. 60-hour work weeks are the norm, and I'm constantly exhausted. So when I finally got a full weekend off, I was beyond excited. My plans? Absolutely nothing. Just me, my couch, Netflix, and zero obligations. Since I live alone in this small one-bedroom apartment in downtown Riverside, I decided to treat myself to what I call a freedom weekend. Yeah, that means exactly what you think. Walking around naked the entire time. Don't judge me. When you work in a cramped office wearing uncomfortable clothes all week, there's something incredibly liberating about just existing in your own space without any restrictions. Friday night was perfect. I ordered a large pepperoni pizza, cracked open a beer, and started binging this new crime documentary series. I must have fallen asleep on the couch around 1 in the morning, wrapped in this thin throw blanket that barely covered anything. I woke up suddenly, completely disoriented. You know that feeling when you're not sure if it's been 5 minutes or 5 hours? The TV was still on, casting this blue glow across the living room. My apartment was freezing, like unnaturally cold. At first I thought I'd left a window open, but they were all closed. That's when I felt it, a presence, hard to explain, but it was like the air got thicker, heavier. The hair on my arms stood up. I tried to convince myself it was just the typical middle-of-the-night paranoia, but then I noticed movement in the corner of my living room, near my bookshelf. There was something there. I'm not exaggerating when I say my heart nearly stopped. It was a dark, shadowy figure, maybe about 6 feet tall, but with these weird, undefined edges, like it was made of smoke that couldn't quite decide on a shape. The blanket had slipped off me when I sat up, and I was completely exposed, but I was too terrified to move. The worst part? This thing made noise, not like speaking or anything, but this low, rumbling growl that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. It wasn't aggressive exactly, more like observing, watching me. And suddenly this completely insane thought popped into my head. Has this thing been watching me sleep naked all night? I don't know why, but something about the absurdity of the situation hit me. Here I am, completely nude, having a stare down with some shadowy entity in my living room at 3 in the morning. And it's what? Getting an eyeful of my birthday suit? Is this ghost some kind of supernatural peeping Tom? And I just started laughing, not a nervous chuckle, but full-on, uncontrollable laughter that bubbled up from somewhere deep inside me. Maybe it was sleep deprivation or pure fear breaking my brain, but I couldn't stop. The more I thought about this ghost potentially being scandalized by my nudity, the harder I laughed. Enjoying the view? I actually said that, out loud, to a freaking ghost. That's when things got really weird. As my laughter died down, I became acutely aware of my body's reaction to the situation. To my absolute horror, I realized I had an erection, like full on. Just standing at attention like, "Hey ghost, how's it going?" I've never felt more mortified in my entire life. It wasn't sexual, I swear to God it wasn't. I think it was just the adrenaline or fear or something, but try explaining that to yourself when you're facing down a shadowy entity while sporting wood. The ghost hadn't moved, still just hovering there, and now I was caught in this bizarre mix of terror, embarrassment, and the urgent need to cover myself up. I grabbed the blanket and yanked it over my lap, my face burning with shame. The figure seemed to tilt what I assumed was its head, like it was confused or curious. The growling had stopped at least. "This isn't what it looks like," I found myself saying, as if I owed this thing an explanation. "It's just a physical reaction, fight or flight, or a third option, apparently." The absurdity struck me again, and I started giggling, which only made things worse. I was more disturbed by my body's betrayal than by the actual ghost at this point. Like being haunted? Fine. Being sexually aroused by a haunting? That felt like crossing some cosmic line. I sat there clutching my blanket, alternating between nervous laughter and stunned silence for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes. The figure remained, unmoving, just watching. Then, without warning, it began to fade, dissipating like smoke being sucked into a vent until it was gone. The temperature in the room gradually returned to normal, and I was left alone, half covered with a blanket, wondering if I'd completely lost my mind. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. I just sat there, lights on, TV muted, trying to process what had happened. The next morning, in the harsh light of day, I tried to convince myself it had been a dream or a hallucination from exhaustion, maybe sleep paralysis, though I'd never experienced that before. But deep down, I knew it had been real. The bookshelf in the corner had been rearranged slightly. Books that were previously standing upright were now tilted, as if someone had been examining them. I couldn't bring myself to walk around naked anymore. I put on sweatpants and a t-shirt and spent the rest of Saturday jumping at every noise, checking corners, and feeling incredibly self-conscious. What if it came back? What if there were more of them? The idea of an audience of ghosts watching me parade around in the nude made me want to move out immediately. That night, I slept in my bedroom with the door locked, fully clothed under 3 blankets. I kept waking up, convinced I heard that growling again, but the apartment remained quiet and still. Sunday was a bit better. I started to rationalize the experience, telling myself that even if it was real, the ghost hadn't actually done anything threatening. It just watched, which was creepy as hell, but not dangerous, right? Around dusk, I was in the kitchen making dinner when the temperature dropped again. My hands froze on the cutting board, knife halfway through an onion. I slowly turned around, and there it was again, the same shadowy figure now standing in the doorway between the kitchen and living room. This time, I was prepared, or at least clothed. But something was different. The figure seemed less intimidating somehow, almost embarrassed. Can ghosts feel embarrassment? It wasn't growling this time, just hovering there awkwardly, like we were 2 people who had shared an uncomfortable elevator ride and then run into each other again. "You're back," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "I'm wearing pants this time, so, that's different." The figure shifted slightly, and I swear it seemed to nod, as if acknowledging the improvement in the situation. Then it raised what might have been an arm and pointed toward my living room. Against my better judgment, I followed where it was pointing. On my coffee table sat my laptop, open to a page I definitely hadn't been browsing. Some article about the history of the apartment building. According to the page, the building had been a hotel in the 1920s, and a young businessman had died in what was now my unit. Heart attack, apparently. When I turned back to the kitchen doorway, the figure was gone. The apartment was warm again. That night, as I was getting ready for bed, I spoke out loud to the empty apartment. "Look, I don't know if you can hear me, but if we're going to be roommates, we need some ground rules. Maybe give me a warning before you show up, knock or something, and maybe we can agree on a pants-required policy for both of us." I felt ridiculous talking to the air, but also strangely better, like we'd come to some sort of understanding. It's been a week now since the first incident. The figure has appeared twice more. Once while I was doing dishes, fully clothed, and once while I was getting out of the shower, not so clothed, but at least I had a towel. Both times it kept its distance, no growling, almost respectful. The shower incident was brief. It appeared, seemed to realize the situation, and immediately vanished, almost like it was embarrassed to have intruded. I'm still not comfortable with having a ghostly roommate, but the initial terror has been replaced by this weird awkwardness. Like, how do you establish boundaries with a supernatural entity? Is it rude to ask a ghost to give you privacy? Do ghosts even understand the concept of nudity being private? The strangest part is that I'm now more concerned about the social awkwardness of future encounters than I am afraid of the ghost itself. I've started announcing when I'm going to change clothes or take a shower, just in case it's listening. "Privacy time now, ghost dude," has become a regular phrase in my apartment. I haven't told anyone else about this. How do you even begin that conversation? So I have a ghost who's seen me naked, and I got an erection, And now we have this weird roommate situation going on. No thanks. For now, I'm just taking it day by day. I've started leaving out books occasionally, since it seemed interested in my bookshelf. Maybe it gets bored. Can ghosts read? These are questions I never thought I'd be asking myself. All I know is that my relationship with the supernatural has taken a turn I never expected. Not terror, not wonder, just awkwardness. Pure, unadulterated awkwardness. And somehow, that feels more human than any ghost story I've ever heard. Story 11. I've been bartending professionally for 13 years. I've seen it all. Drunks, fights, celebrations, heartbreaks. I've worked dive bars, nightclubs, and high-end lounges across 3 states. Nothing in my career prepared me for what happened last year. When I got the call about a position at one of the most popular bars in Las Vegas, I was stoked. The pay was great, the tips were legendary, and the place had been featured on Ghost Adventures in that Chinatown Poltergeist episode. I thought that was cool. I've always been into paranormal stuff, but in that entertaining, distant way most people are. You know, I'd watch ghost hunting shows and think, neat, without actually believing much of it. During my interview, the manager, let's call him Mike, was upfront about the place having activity. He described it as mischievous rather than dangerous, and mentioned they had regular encounters with spirits, including an old man and a little girl. I remember smiling and thinking this was just part of their brand, like those haunted bars in New Orleans that play up the ghost angle to attract tourists. Bottles sometimes break for no reason, Mike told me. Things disappear and reappear in weird places. A few people have heard voices when nobody's around. I nodded along, thinking, whatever. It's Vegas, baby. Every place needs a gimmick. Then he got more specific. One bartender quit after something pulled her hair repeatedly during closing. And about 6 months ago, one of our barbacks made fun of this shrunken head artifact we keep behind the bar, and he was literally thrown to the ground. Nobody touched him. Security footage confirmed it. I laughed it off. Well, I don't plan on insulting any shrunken heads, I said. Mike didn't laugh back. There's also a ceremonial knife we keep in a display case that supposedly has human blood on it. And we have some of Aleister Crowley's ashes in the building. At this point, I thought they were really laying it on thick for the sake of mystique. I mean, Crowley's ashes? Come on. But I played along because I needed the job, and the money was seriously good. I'm not worried about ghosts, I assured him. I respect the spiritual world, but don't fear it. Mike seemed satisfied with that answer and hired me on the spot. 35 years old, experienced bartender, not superstitious, I was perfect. The first 2 weeks were completely normal. The bar was busy, the customers were generous, and I was making bank. No floating glasses, no mysterious cold spots, no weird voices. I figured the ghost stories were just marketing fluff. Then things started to change. Not dramatically at first, just subtle shifts in my mood. I'd wake up angry for no reason. I'd get irritated at the smallest things. A customer asking for a straw, a co-worker borrowing my bar key, my girlfriend texting to ask how my shift was going. Things that had never bothered me before suddenly felt like personal attacks. I've always been the chill bartender, the one who keeps his cool when drunks get rowdy, the one who de-escalates situations. I built my reputation on being unflappable. But about a month into working at this place, I started snapping at people. I'd have these bursts of rage that seemed to come from nowhere. My girlfriend noticed it first. "What's wrong with you lately?" she asked, after I blew up because she changed the channel while I was in the bathroom. "You're not acting like yourself." I brushed it off, blamed it on stress, on the heat. It was summer in Vegas, after all, on not getting enough sleep. But deep down, I knew something was off. I didn't feel like myself. It was like watching someone else control my emotions from a distance. Then came the incident that I still can't explain. It was July, one of those days where the temperature hit 120 degrees. The bar was packed with tourists trying to escape the heat. I was slammed, making drinks non-stop, when this guy stumbled in covered in blood. Not a lot of blood, just some on his shirt and a little on his face. In 13 years of bartending, I'd seen worse. Maybe he'd been in a fight or had a nosebleed in the heat. Whatever. Not my business. He approached the bar, and before he could even order, I looked him dead in the eyes and said, "Shut the fuck up." He hadn't said a word. Not one word. He just stood there, bloody and confused, and I told him to shut up. The bar went quiet. My co-worker stared at me. The bloody guy backed away and left. I stood there, shaking, wondering what the hell had just happened. Those words came out of my mouth, but I hadn't decided to say them. It was like something hijacked my voice. After my shift, I apologized to my manager, making up some excuse about being overwhelmed, but I could tell he was concerned. I was concerned too. That wasn't me. I would never do that. The next morning, I woke up with weird marks on my skin, red welts across my chest and back that looked like someone had dragged their nails across me. My doctor later called it dermatographia, skin writing, said it was probably stress-related. But I hadn't been scratching myself, and my girlfriend swore she hadn't touched me. The skin condition persisted for weeks. Sometimes I'd be at work and feel a burning sensation, lift up my shirt in the bathroom and find fresh marks appearing in real time, like invisible fingers were dragging across my skin. Then came the back pain. 5 years earlier, I'd herniated a disc in my lower back. Physical therapy fixed it, and I hadn't had problems since. But suddenly, the pain came roaring back, so severe I could barely stand for my shifts. I'd be fine before work, then within an hour of being in the bar, my back would seize up. One night, the pain got so bad that I collapsed behind the bar, just crumpled to the floor in the middle of making a Manhattan. Couldn't move, couldn't get up. Had to be carried to the office where I laid on the floor until my girlfriend could come get me. My manager was understanding at first, but when it kept happening, his patience wore thin. "I need reliable people," he told me after the 3rd episode. "Maybe this job isn't for you." I begged him to let me stay. Promised I'd figure out the back issue. Started taking muscle relaxers before my shifts, which helped with the pain, but made me foggy, made more mistakes. Dropped bottles, messed up orders, all things I'd never done in my professional life. The rage episodes continued too. I'd find myself getting irrationally angry at customers, at co-workers, at myself. Once, I got so mad about running out of mint that I punched the walk-in cooler door and bruised all my knuckles. My relationship started falling apart. My girlfriend said living with me was like living with a stranger. "You're scaring me," she told me one night after I threw a glass against the wall because she'd forgotten to buy coffee. "I don't know who you are anymore." I didn't know either. It was like watching myself transform into someone I didn't recognize and being powerless to stop it. The final straw came about 3 months in. I was closing up, alone in the bar, except for the security guy at the front door. I was wiping down the counter when I distinctly heard a child's giggle. Not from outside or from a TV. It came from right behind me, near that display case with the ceremonial knife. I spun around. Nothing there. But the giggle came again, followed by a whisper I couldn't make out. Then the temperature dropped so suddenly that I could see my breath. In Vegas. In August. "Hello?" I called out, feeling stupid. "Is someone there?" The whisper came again, louder this time, but still unintelligible, like someone talking underwater. Then I felt it, a hand on my shoulder. Not a tap, not a brush, but a firm grip. I could feel fingers digging in. I whirled around again. Nobody there, but now the shrunken head in its glass case was facing me. I swear to God it had been facing the other direction all night. That's when I ran. Left the bar unlocked, register open, lights on. Just bolted out the door past the confused security guard and didn't stop until I reached my car. I called my manager from the parking lot, hands shaking so bad I could barely hold the phone. Told him I quit. He didn't even sound surprised. "The bar's not for everyone," he said. "Some people can't handle the energy." What the fuck is in that place? I demanded. There was a long pause before he answered. We've had 7 bartenders quit in the past year. Most people can't last more than a few months. The ones who stay, they're different somehow. Compatible with the energy, I guess. That's not an answer, I said. It's all I've got, he replied. For what it's worth, I believe something happened to you in there. The weird energies are real. I hung up and drove home in a daze. The next day, I woke up with the worst panic attack of my life. Couldn't breathe, couldn't move, convinced I was dying. Ended up in the ER where they found nothing physically wrong with me, but that was just the beginning. For months after quitting, I had panic attacks almost daily. Anxiety so severe, I could barely leave my house. Night terrors, where I'd wake up screaming about something standing over my bed. My girlfriend moved out. I lost weight, couldn't sleep, couldn't work. The strangest part? My back pain disappeared completely the day after I quit. The dermatographia cleared up within a week, but the psychological damage lingered. I saw 3 different doctors. They offered anxiety medications, sleep aids, antidepressants. I declined them all. Something told me this wasn't a chemical imbalance. It was something that had attached itself to me in that bar and followed me home. Instead, I turned to spiritual practices, prayer, meditation, sage cleansing. Slowly, the panic attacks decreased. The nightmares became less frequent. I started feeling like myself again. It's been almost a year since I quit. I'm bartending at a new place now, a normal sports bar with no paranormal reputation. My rage is gone. My back is fine. I'm dating someone new who never knew the person I became during those 3 months. But I still think about that bar, about what happened to me there. Was it all in my head? Some kind of mental break triggered by stress? Or did something in that place, something connected to that knife, that shrunken head, those ashes, actually attach itself to me? I don't have answers. All I know is that I changed while working there, and not in the way people normally change jobs. Something fundamental shifted inside me, something I couldn't control. The bar is still operating, still popular, still featured on ghost tours. Sometimes I drive past it late at night and feel a pull, like it's calling me back. I never stop. I never will. Whatever was in there recognized something in me, and sometimes in my darkest moments, I worry it's still watching, waiting for me to come back. Story 12. I've been debating whether to post this for weeks now. I'm not sure if anyone will believe me. I barely believe it myself, but I need to tell someone who won't immediately think I'm losing my mind or just making things up for attention. It all started with a jewelry box. Nothing special, just a cherry-stained wooden box my mum picked up for me from an estate sale back in 2018, 2-tiered, with a little lock and key. I've had it sitting on my bookshelf in my apartment in Chicago for about 6 years. It's just been there, normal, doing what jewelry boxes do, holding my stuff. I live alone in a 1-bedroom apartment near Lincoln Park. It's small, but it's mine, and I've always been super careful with my valuables. The jewelry box stays locked because I have some pieces from my grandmother that mean a lot to me, plus some other stuff I've collected over the years. Nothing crazy expensive, but sentimental, you know. About 3 months ago, I got in this weird cleaning mood. I was going through everything in my apartment, organizing like a madwoman. When I got to my jewelry box, I decided to do a complete inventory. I took everything out, cleaned the velvet lining with one of those lint rollers, and carefully put every single piece back. I remember this so clearly because I was being meticulous, laying everything out on my bed, taking photos of my collection for insurance purposes, the whole deal. I had exactly 27 pieces. My grandmother's pearl earrings, the garnet necklace my parents gave me for graduation, 6 pairs of everyday earrings, 4 bracelets, 2 watches, a few rings, and some other necklaces I've bought over the years. I counted them, I photographed them. I know exactly what was in there. Fast forward to about a week later, I was getting ready to go to my friend Jenna's birthday dinner and wanted to wear this specific pair of silver hoops that always get compliments. I remember unlocking the box, lifting the lid, and then just freezing. Right on top of everything else was a necklace I had never seen before in my life. It was this old-looking coin, an Australian coin with Queen Victoria's profile on it, attached to a long, tarnished silver chain. It was just lying there across my other jewelry, like it had always been there. My first thought was that I somehow missed it during my cleaning spree, but that was impossible. I had emptied the entire box, handled each piece individually. This necklace was distinctive, not something I would overlook. And more importantly, I had never owned anything remotely like it. I checked the lock on the box. No signs of tampering. I live alone, and nobody else has a key to my apartment except my landlord, who has absolutely no reason to enter my place, let alone add random jewelry to my collection. The windows were all locked from the inside. Nothing else in my apartment was disturbed. I sat on my bed for almost an hour, just staring at this necklace, trying to make sense of it. I was genuinely freaked out. I ended up being late to Jenna's dinner because I triple-checked my entire apartment for signs of a break-in. Nothing. Over the next few days, I showed the necklace to my mom, my sister, and a couple of close friends. Nobody recognized it. Nobody had given it to me as a surprise gift. My mom actually got a little concerned and asked if I was doing okay, which was honestly kind of insulting. I know what I own. I joked to my sister that maybe my jewelry box contained some kind of portal, and somewhere out there, someone was missing their Queen Victoria necklace. We laughed about it, but the idea stuck with me in a weird way. I decided to keep the necklace. I mean, what else was I going to do with it? Throw away what might be some kind of good luck charm or something. Plus, it was actually kind of cool looking in a vintage way. Life went on. I wore the necklace occasionally. I kept my jewelry box locked as always. I almost convinced myself that I must have somehow acquired the necklace and forgotten about it, even though I knew that wasn't true. Then, about 2 months ago, almost a year after finding the first necklace, it happened again. I was getting ready for a job interview and wanted to wear something that made me feel confident. I decided on my grandmother's pearl earrings. When I unlocked the jewelry box, my heart practically stopped. There, coiled neatly on top of my other pieces, was a heavy gold rope necklace, and I mean heavy, the kind that feels substantial when you pick it up. It was absolutely gorgeous, with this intricate woven pattern and a secure lobster clasp, the kind of piece I've always wanted but could never justify spending money on. I didn't even bother checking for a break-in this time. I just sat down on the edge of my bed, holding this necklace that had materialized out of nowhere, and tried not to freak out. I was alone in my apartment. The box had been locked, and somehow, for the second time, an item I had never purchased had appeared inside. This gold necklace was even harder to explain away than the Queen Victoria one. It looked brand new, expensive, and exactly like something I would choose for myself if I had the budget. It was as if someone who knew my taste perfectly had selected it. I started wearing it almost daily. It never tarnishes, even when I shower with it on. I've gotten so many compliments on it. My co-worker Jessica even asked where I got it because she wanted one too. I just mumbled something about it being a gift. My friend Marcus suggested I should get it tested to see if it's real gold. I haven't done that yet because, honestly, I'm afraid of what I might learn. What if it's worth thousands? What if it's not even made of materials that exist on the market? I know that sounds paranoid, but when unexplainable things keep happening, your mind goes to weird places. I've developed this theory that my jewelry box somehow connects to somewhere else, another place, another dimension, maybe even another time. The portal, if that's what it is, seems selective. It only transports jewelry, not other objects, and it only brings things to me. Nothing of mine has ever disappeared. I haven't actively tried to ask for specific items. That feels greedy, and honestly, a little scary, like acknowledging whatever force is at work here. But I'd be lying if I said I wasn't curious about what might appear next, or when. Sometimes I find myself staring at the jewelry box, wondering about the mechanics of it all. Is someone on the other side purposely sending these things? Is it random? Is there some kind of cosmic swap meet happening where my jewelry box is somehow connected to someone else's? I've inspected every inch of the box, looking for anything unusual. Hidden compartments, strange markings, anything that might explain what's happening. It's just a normal wooden jewelry box. 2 tiers, lined with red velvet, with a small lock that uses a tiny key I keep on my keychain. The manufacturer's label on the bottom is worn away, so I can't even trace where it was made. Last week, I went back to the estate sale place where my mom bought it, hoping to learn something about its previous owner. The woman working there remembered my mom, but not the specific jewelry box. They sell too many items to keep track. When I tried to explain why I was asking, I stopped myself. What was I going to say? Hey, does this jewelry box have a history of materializing expensive accessories? I've thought about getting rid of it, donating it, selling it, even burning it, but something stops me every time. Partly curiosity, partly fear. What if whatever connection has been established follows me? What if destroying the box makes things worse somehow? So for now, I keep it. I wear my mysteriously acquired necklaces. I check the contents every morning, half hoping, half dreading to find something new. 3 days ago, I woke up at 3 in the morning to a strange sound, like metal sliding against metal. It was coming from my bookshelf. I turned on my bedside lamp and saw the jewelry box, vibrating. Just slightly, but definitely moving on its own. I was too terrified to get out of bed, so I just watched it, heart pounding, until it stopped after about 30 seconds. In the morning, with sunlight streaming through my windows, I convinced myself I had dreamed the whole thing. I went about my day, deliberately avoiding looking at the jewelry box. But tonight, I finally worked up the courage to check inside. There, nestled among my things, was a pair of earrings I've never seen before. They're made of some kind of iridescent stone that seems to change color depending on how the light hits them. Sometimes blue, sometimes purple, sometimes a color I don't even have a name for. I'm wearing one of those earrings right now as I type this. The other is back in the box. A test, I guess. I want to see if it disappears, or if something happens to the one I'm wearing. I don't know what's going on. I don't know if I should be afraid. All I know is that a simple wooden jewelry box that sits on my bookshelf has become the most inexplicable thing in my life, and I have no idea what to do about it. If anyone has experienced anything like this, please let me know. I keep telling myself there must be a logical explanation, but I'm running out of logical explanations to consider, and I'm starting to wonder what else might find its way to me through whatever impossible doorway exists inside my jewelry box. Story 13. I've never fully talked about what happened to me when I was 5 years old in our old apartment. It's been almost 40 years, but I still get nightmares about it. I guess I'm hoping writing this out might help me process it somehow, even after all this time. We lived in this old apartment building from the 40s, one of those places built during World War II when they were throwing up housing as fast as they could. It wasn't anything special. 2 bedrooms, 1 bathroom, a small kitchen and living room. But it was home. My bedroom was tiny, barely fitting my bed, and a small dresser with 2 windows on the left wall. The window closest to my bed was broken. It wouldn't stay open on its own, so my dad had rigged it with a wooden board that we'd prop under it when we wanted fresh air. Looking back, I realize now that weird stuff had been happening for a while before the incident, as my parents later called it. My toys would turn on by themselves, especially this electronic dog I had that would randomly start barking in the middle of the night when nobody was near it. Things would disappear and show up in places we hadn't left them. Like I'd put my favorite doll on my bed before dinner, and later she'd be sitting on top of the refrigerator. My parents blamed me, of course. What else would they think? I was 5, but I knew I wasn't doing it. I remember feeling scared even before that night, like someone was watching me. I'd wake up feeling like there was somebody standing in the corner of my room, but when I'd look, nobody was there, just shadows. My mom would tell me it was just my imagination, and I tried to believe her. The night it happened started out normal. It was summer, hot and sticky even with the windows open. I went to bed around 8, and I remember my mom tucking me in and kissing my forehead. "Sweet dreams, Amanda," she said, like always. I fell asleep pretty quickly. I don't know what time it was when I woke up. Late. The apartment was completely silent, except for the hum of the window air conditioner in my parents' room down the hall. At first, I wasn't sure what had woken me. Then I heard it, a loud bang that made me sit straight up in bed. My eyes went right to the broken window next to my bed. The board that was supposed to be propping it open was gone, and the window was closed. As I stared at it, trying to figure out what had happened, the window slowly started to open. Not like when the wind pushes it. This was smooth, deliberate movement, like someone was carefully lifting it from the outside. It opened about halfway, then slam! It crashed down again. My whole body went cold. I couldn't move, couldn't scream. I just sat there, clutching my blanket up to my chin, watching. The window started to rise again, faster this time. Then slam! Down it went, up again, slam! Each time it moved faster, each slam louder than the last. Up slam, up slam, up slam! The sound echoed through my room like gunshots. Then suddenly it flew all the way up and just stayed there. The night air rushed in, weirdly cold for summer. I remember the curtains billowing inward like in a movie. Except this wasn't a movie. This was my bedroom and I was terrified. That's when I heard it, a laugh, not a normal laugh. This was a high-pitched cackle that seemed to come from directly in front of me, maybe 3 feet from my face. It was the most horrible sound I've ever heard, like someone enjoying my fear, mocking me. It had this weird echo to it, like it was coming from everywhere and nowhere at the same time. I screamed. I screamed so loud my throat hurt. I threw off my blanket and ran for the door, not looking back. I sprinted down the hall to my parents' room and burst in, still screaming and crying. "Daddy! Daddy! There's someone in my room! The window opened by itself!" My dad groaned and rolled over. He was always grumpy when woken up. "Amanda, it's the middle of the night. Go back to bed." No, there's someone there. I heard them laugh. The window kept opening and closing. My mom tried to calm me down, but I was hysterical. Finally, my dad got up, clearly annoyed. "Fine, I'll show you there's nothing there, and then you're going back to sleep, okay?" He took my hand and walked me back to my room. I was trembling so hard I could barely walk. I remember how his hand felt, warm and rough and safe. I kept trying to pull back, but he insisted, "There's nothing to be afraid of, Amanda. It was just a dream." When we got to my bedroom door, he flipped on the light. Everything looked normal at first, until we both saw the window. It was wide open, the curtains still moving slightly in the breeze. My dad frowned. "Did you open this before bed?" he asked me. I shook my head violently. "No, it opened by itself, and it kept slamming, and then someone laughed." He sighed and walked over to the window. "It was probably just the wind, honey. And the laughing was probably just a neighbor or someone outside." He reached up to pull the window down. That's when it happened. The window suddenly slammed down with incredible force, catching his fingers. He yelled out in pain and yanked his hand back. 4 of his fingers were bleeding where the window had crushed them. I'll never forget the look on his face. Shock, pain, and something else. Fear. My dad, who wasn't afraid of anything, looked scared. He grabbed me, and we went back to my parents' room. I slept between them that night, but I don't think any of us actually slept. The next morning, my dad's hand was swollen and bruised. 2 of his fingernails eventually turned black and fell off. After that night, things got much worse in the apartment. The activity wasn't subtle anymore. Doors would slam shut when no one was near them. Objects would fly off shelves. Once, my mom was cooking dinner, and every single cabinet in the kitchen flew open at the same time. The electronic dog toy would walk around on its own, even after my dad took the batteries out. My parents tried to rationalize it all. Old building, uneven floors, forgetfulness. But I could tell they were scared too. We moved out 3 months later. My dad claimed it was because we needed more space, but I knew the real reason. We never really talked about what happened. Whenever I'd bring it up, my parents would change the subject. As I got older, I started to wonder if maybe I had imagined some of it, or if my memories had become distorted over time. But then, about 5 years ago, I was having dinner with my parents, and after a few glasses of wine, my dad suddenly said, "Remember that apartment on Maple Street? Place was definitely haunted." My mom tried to shush him, but he continued, "That window. I've never felt anything like that. It was like someone was on the other side pulling it down. No way, that was the wind." I later found out that our apartment building had been built in 1943 to house factory workers making supplies for the war effort. There was even a fallout shelter in the basement. I've often wondered if something happened there during that time. A death, a tragedy, something that left an imprint behind. To this day, I can't stand the sound of windows closing. I keep all the windows in my house locked, even in summer. I've tried therapy, meditation, even had my current house blessed by a priest. Nothing helps with the nightmares. I still wake up sometimes hearing that laugh, that horrible mocking cackle that seemed to take pleasure in my terror. I've had other paranormal experiences since then, including a terrifying encounter with what people call the Hat Man when I was in my 20s. But nothing has affected me as deeply as what happened that night. Maybe because I was so young, or maybe because it was the first time I realized there are things in this world that can't be explained away. I've never been back to that building. I looked it up online once and discovered it was torn down in 2008. Part of me was relieved, but another part wonders if whatever was there just moved on to haunt someone else. I hope not. No one should have to experience what I did. Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if I hadn't woken up when I did, or if I hadn't been able to run to my parents' room. That thought keeps me up at night more than anything else. I still don't know what was in my room that night. I just know it wasn't human, and it wasn't friendly. And sometimes, when I'm drifting off to sleep, I swear I can feel it watching me, waiting for me to let my guard down. That's usually when I get up and check all the windows, just to be sure. Story 14. I've been debating whether to share this for years. My hands are actually shaking as I type this. What happened that autumn night in 1994 is something I've tried to rationalize away countless times. But I can't. I know what we saw. I know what chased us. I grew up in Oxford, Ohio, small college town, but we lived in the rural outskirts where cornfields stretch for miles and the roads get real dark at night. Like most teenagers with nothing better to do in a small town, my friends and I were obsessed with local ghost stories. We even had this stupid name for ourselves, the Midnight Crew, and we'd pile into my mum's old Dodge Caravan to go ghost hunting on weekends. God, that van. My mum's pride and joy, a 1987 model, light grey, and absolutely nothing special about it. We nicknamed it the Grey Ghost because it backfired so damn loud it would scare the hell out of anyone nearby. Looking back, we were just bored kids with flashlights and a video camera my friend Tom got for his birthday. We never actually expected to find anything. There were 6 of us that night. Me, Eric, my older brother Michael, who was home from college, Tom, Jessica, my crush at the time, though I'd never admit it, Kyle, and his girlfriend Amanda. Michael was the unofficial leader since he was 19, and the rest of us were 16 or 17. Plus, he knew all the local legends better than anyone. We've done the cemetery 3 times now. Michael said as we gathered in our driveway that Friday night. Time to try something different. That's when he brought up the Oxford motorcycle ghost. According to Michael, back in the 60s, some guy on a motorcycle was racing down Oxford Milford Road to propose to his girlfriend who lived on Earhart Road. It was after dark, and he didn't see a barbed wire fence that had been strung across the road as a prank. The wire caught him right at neck level. Decapitation. Supposedly, his ghost still rides that stretch of road, looking for his girlfriend, his single headlight visible before the rest of him. People say if you park where it happened and flash your headlights 3 times slow, then 4 times fast, he'll appear, Michael explained, the glow from the porch light making his face look extra creepy. Jessica rolled her eyes. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Scared? I teased her. No, it's just stupid, she shot back, but I could tell she was at least a little freaked out. We piled into the grey ghost around 10:30 that night. My mom thought we were going to the movies in Hamilton. The drive to Oxford Milford Road took about 20 minutes, and with each passing mile, the houses got more spread out, the streetlights disappeared, and the darkness seemed to press in on the van's windows. The night was unusually cold for early October. The corn in the fields was tall and dry, making this constant rustling sound in the light breeze. Oxford Milford Road is this narrow, winding stretch with deep drainage ditches on both sides. I remember thinking if we went off the road, we'd be totally screwed. This is it, Michael said, pointing to a spot where the road straightened out for about half a mile. This is where it supposedly happened. I slowed the van to a crawl. There was literally nothing around except cornfields on both sides. No houses, no lights, no other cars. Just us and miles of corn under a cloudy sky that blocked most of the stars. The only illumination came from our headlights cutting through the darkness ahead. Now what? Kyle asked from the back seat. Now we try to call him, Michael said, sounding way too excited. We tried all the stupid things you do when you're ghost hunting. Amanda brought a Ouija board, which was useless since we couldn't really set it up properly in the van. Tom had his camera out, filming everything. Jessica was quiet, staring out the window into the darkness. I could tell she was getting genuinely scared, which made me nervous too. After about 45 minutes of nothing happening, we were getting bored and cold. The temperature had dropped even more, and the inside of the van was getting uncomfortably chilly despite the heater running. This is dumb, Kyle said. Let's go to Taco Bell or something. Wait, Michael insisted. We haven't tried the headlight thing yet. I sighed, but figured we might as well try everything before giving up. I pulled the van to a complete stop, right in the middle of the road. There was zero traffic out here anyway. Kill the engine, Michael instructed. Are you serious? It's freezing, Jessica complained. Just for a minute, he promised. I turned off the engine, and suddenly the silence was overwhelming. Without the rumble of the van's motor, we could hear every little sound, the corn rustling, the wind whistling along the road, everyone's breathing. Tom's camera had this little red recording light that seemed way too bright in the darkness. Okay, Eric, now the headlights. 3 slow, 4 fast, Michael directed. I felt stupid doing it, but I pulled the headlight switch. Off on, off on, off on, then 4 quick flashes in succession. Nothing happened. Again, Michael insisted. I repeated the pattern. Still nothing. One more time, he said. Michael, this is... I started to protest. Just do it, he snapped. I did the pattern a 3rd time, annoyed now. Off on, off on, off on. Then 4 quick pulses. We sat in complete silence for maybe 30 seconds. Well, that was... Kyle started to say from the back seat. Wait, Jessica whispered, clutching my arm suddenly. What's that? At first I didn't see anything. Then I noticed it. A tiny orange pinprick of light, way off in the cornfield to our right, maybe a 1/4 mile away. It was so faint I thought I was imagining it. Probably just someone's house light, I said, though I knew there weren't any houses out that way. It's moving, Tom whispered, pointing his camera toward it. The light was definitely moving, coming closer, cutting through the cornfield in a straight line toward the road. My first thought was that it was someone with a flashlight, maybe a farmer checking his crops, but it was moving too steadily, too purposefully. "Start the van," Jessica said, her fingers digging into my arm now. "Hang on," Michael said, his voice tense but excited. "Let's see what it is." The light grew larger as it approached, and something about it seemed off. It wasn't bobbing like someone walking would make it do. It was gliding smoothly at a consistent height. "Guys!" Amanda's voice cracked with fear. The light reached the drainage ditch that ran alongside the road, a ditch I knew was at least 6 feet deep and 8 feet wide. Any person or vehicle would have to drop down into it and climb up the other side. But the light didn't dip or pause. It continued in a perfectly straight line, as if the ditch wasn't even there. That's when I knew we weren't dealing with anything normal. "Eric, start the damn van!" Jessica screamed. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely get the key in the ignition. The light was on the road now, maybe 100 yards away, and I could see it clearly. A single round headlight, like from an old motorcycle. It was bobbing slightly, the way a motorcycle headlight would when moving over uneven ground. But there was no sound, no engine roar, no tires on pavement. Just this light, coming straight for us, completely silent. I turned the key, and the engine made that awful grinding noise when it won't catch. Everyone was yelling now, Michael shouting, "Go, go, go!" and Jessica practically climbing into my lap to get away from the window. Kyle was swearing, and Amanda was crying. The headlight was 50 yards away now, and I swear I could see a faint outline around it, the vague suggestion of a motorcycle and rider, but transparent, like heat waves rising from hot asphalt. I cranked the key again, and the Grey Ghost's engine finally roared to life. I slammed it into drive and floored it, the tires spinning on the cold pavement before finding traction. We shot forward, just as the headlight reached the spot where we'd been parked. In the rearview mirror, I saw the light turn to follow us. "It's coming after us," Tom shouted, still filming out the back window. I was doing nearly 60 on a road that wasn't safe for more than 40, but the headlight was gaining on us. The van shuddered as I took a curve too fast, the right wheels momentarily dropping onto the shoulder before I yanked it back onto the pavement. "Faster!" Michael urged, his face pale in the glow from the dashboard lights. "I can't go any faster. We'll crash!" I shouted back, but I pushed the accelerator closer to the floor anyway. The speedometer crept up to 70, the Grey Ghost shaking violently at a speed it was never designed to reach. The single headlight was right behind us now, maybe 20 feet back. In the mirror, I could see it more clearly. Definitely a motorcycle headlight. But there was something wrong with the rider. The proportions were off somehow. The head seemed wrong. We were approaching a four-way stop where Oxford-Milford meets Earhart Road. There was another car there waiting at the stop sign, a red pickup truck. I could see the driver's face, illuminated by our headlights as we approached at full speed. "Eric, you have to stop!" Amanda screamed. "I can't!" I yelled back. If I stopped, whatever was behind us would catch up. I blew through the stop sign at 70 miles per hour, missing the pickup by inches. The driver's face as we passed was a mask of shock and fear. In my mirror, I saw the motorcycle headlight blow through the intersection right after us, still in pursuit. The pickup driver was staring after us, witnessing the impossible, a van being chased by nothing but a floating headlight. We were on Earhart Road now, heading toward the main highway. If we could just make it there, to where there were other cars, streetlights, civilization. I checked the mirror again, expecting to see the headlight right on our bumper. But it was gone. Just gone. Not fading away gradually or turning off, but simply there 1 second and not there the next, like someone had flipped a switch. I kept driving at top speed for another 2 miles before I dared to slow down. No one spoke. The only sound was Amanda softly crying in the back seat and the labored wheezing of the Grey Ghost's engine. Finally, I pulled over onto the shoulder, my hands shaking so badly I could barely turn the steering wheel. For a long minute, no one said anything. Did everyone see that? Michael finally asked, his voice barely above a whisper. We all nodded. Tom, tell me you got it on camera, I said. Tom looked down at his camera, his face pale. I was filming the whole time, but he rewound the tape and played it back on the little screen. There was the road behind us, the van's taillights illuminating the pavement, but where the motorcycle's headlight should have been, there was nothing but darkness. The camera hadn't captured it. We drove home in complete silence. I dropped everyone off without much conversation. What was there to say? When Michael and I got home, we swore never to tell our parents what happened. The next day, we tried to make sense of it. Kyle suggested it was someone playing a prank with a dirt bike, but that didn't explain how it crossed the drainage ditch without slowing down, or how it appeared from nowhere and disappeared the same way, or why it made absolutely no sound. I drove back there in broad daylight that weekend, alone. The road looked so normal, so unthreatening. I found the exact spot where we'd stopped the van. There were no tire tracks in the drainage ditch, no sign that any vehicle had crossed it. That was 29 years ago. I've never gone back to Oxford-Milford Road at night. None of us have. Tom's camera footage showed nothing unusual, just an empty road behind our van as we sped away from something. We all went our separate ways after high school. Michael moved to California. Tom became an engineer. Jessica and I dated briefly before drifting apart. I don't know what happened to Kyle and Amanda, but sometimes I'll get a text from one of them, usually late at night. No greeting, no context needed. Just, do you still think about it? And I always reply the same way, every time I see a single headlight. Story 15. I've never shared this with anyone outside my family before. I guess I've always worried people would think I'm crazy or making things up for attention, but after what happened last week, I need to tell someone who might understand or have experienced something similar. My family has always been different. My mom, my grandma, even my aunts. They all have stories about weird things they've seen or experienced. Growing up, I thought every family had their own ghost stories or unexplainable events that they just accepted as normal. Turns out, that's not the case. It started before I could even form memories. According to my mom, when I was exactly 1 month old, something happened that still gives her chills to this day. I was napping at my grandmother's house in the spare bedroom. Mom had put me down and then joined Grandma in the kitchen for coffee. They had the baby monitor on the table between them when they heard it. Someone singing "Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star" in a low, gentle voice. Mom said she froze mid-sentence. Grandma's face went white. They both knew no one else was in the house, and definitely not in my room. Mom rushed to check on me, practically tripping up the stairs in panic. But when she got there, I was still sound asleep, completely alone. No one was there. The window was locked from the inside, and there was absolutely no explanation for the singing. That was just the beginning. My earliest personal memory of something strange happened when I was around 4. I remember waking up in the middle of the night, needing to use the bathroom. Our house had this long hallway that connected all the bedrooms, with the bathroom at the very end. I remember sliding out of bed, my bare feet hitting the cold wood floor. I opened my bedroom door and froze. There was something, standing at the end of the hallway. It was tall, much taller than my dad, and completely black. Not like a person with dark skin, but like a shadow that had somehow pulled itself off the wall. It had no features I could make out, just this dense, dark silhouette, and it was moving, slowly walking from one side of the hallway to the other. I couldn't scream. I couldn't even breathe. I just stood there, my hand still on the doorknob, watching as this thing moved silently across my path. Then it just disappeared into the wall, not through a doorway or around a corner. It literally passed through the solid wall. I ran back to bed, pulled the covers over my head, and somehow managed to hold my pee until morning. When I told my mum about it at breakfast, she and Grandma, who was visiting, exchanged this look that I didn't understand at the time. "It's okay, Riley," Mum said. "Sometimes our eyes play tricks on us in the dark. But I knew what I saw wasn't a trick, and I knew from the way they looked at each other that they believed me. A couple years later, when I was 6, we were at Grandma's house for Sunday dinner. Her cat, Mittens, had died just a few weeks before. I loved that cat. He always let me pet him and would sleep on my lap when we visited. I was still pretty sad about him being gone. I was playing by myself in the living room while the adults were in the kitchen preparing dinner. That's when I saw Mittens walk into the room, just as real and solid looking as when he was alive. He jumped up on the couch, walked over to his favorite spot by the window, and curled up in the patch of sunlight there. "Mittens!" I shouted, running over to pet him, but as soon as I reached out, my hand passed right through him. He looked up at me with those yellow eyes, blinked once, and then faded away like smoke. I ran into the kitchen crying, trying to explain what happened. My uncle laughed and ruffled my hair, saying I had quite an imagination. My mom and Grandma didn't laugh, though. They just shared another one of those looks. It wasn't until I was 12 that anyone finally told me the truth. We had moved to a new house the year before, and strange things had started happening almost immediately. Keys would disappear from where they were left, only to reappear days later in the exact same spot. The TV would turn on by itself in the middle of the night. Doors would close, even when there wasn't a draft. One night, I woke up to the sound of heavy footsteps in the hallway outside my room. They were slow, deliberate steps, like someone wearing boots. I figured it was Dad checking on something, so I wasn't scared. But then I remembered Dad was out of town on a business trip. It was just Mom and me in the house. I lay there, frozen with fear, as the footsteps stopped right outside my door. The doorknob turned slowly, and the door began to open. I squeezed my eyes shut, pretending to be asleep, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst out of my chest. The footsteps entered my room, heavy on the carpet. I could feel something, standing beside my bed, looking down at me. The air felt cold and thick, like being underwater. I kept my eyes shut tight, terrified of what I might see if I opened them. After what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, the presence moved away. The footsteps retreated, the door closed, and the hallway creaked as whatever it was walked away. The next morning, I told Mom what happened. I expected her to dismiss it or try to explain it away like always. Instead, she sat me down at the kitchen table and took my hands in hers. "Riley," she said, her voice serious, "there's something I need to tell you about our family." That's when she finally told me about the denim man. According to Mom, a figure dressed entirely in denim, jeans, jacket, even a denim hat, had been following her since she was a child. Her earliest memory of him was when she was 5, playing in her backyard. She saw a man standing at the edge of the woods watching her. He was tall, with a weathered face, wearing all denim. When she told her mother, my grandma, instead of being concerned about a stranger, Grandma had gone white and whispered, "You can see him too." The denim man had been part of their lives ever since, not always visible, but always present. Mom would catch glimpses of him standing in her bedroom doorway at night. Grandma would feel him watching her while she worked in the garden. They never felt threatened by him. It was more like he was watching over them, for reasons they couldn't understand. "When we lived in the old house on Maple Street, your father saw him too," Mom told me. "He was in the basement getting some tools when he turned around and saw a man in denim standing by the stairs. Dad thought it was an intruder and yelled at him, but the man just tipped his hat and disappeared." It wasn't just family who saw him either. When Mom was in her 20s, before she met Dad, she was out with friends at a bar. One of her friends suddenly went pale and asked, "Who's that guy who keeps staring at you?" When Mom turned to look, there he was, the denim man, sitting at the end of the bar, watching her. By the time she pointed him out to the others, he was gone, but 3 of her friends had seen him. "But why is he following us?" I asked, trying to make sense of it all. "What does he want?" Mom shook her head. "We don't know. Grandma thinks he might have known someone in our family a long time ago. Maybe he's looking out for us. He's never done anything harmful. That wasn't entirely true, though. The disappearing objects, that was him. Mom explained that things would go missing for days or weeks, only to reappear exactly where they should have been all along. They discovered by accident that if you asked for the item back out loud, it would usually show up within a day. The really weird part, Mom said, lowering her voice like she was telling me a secret, is that sometimes things would disappear from one house and show up in another. Once, Grandma's reading glasses vanished from her nightstand. A week later, I found them on our coffee table, even though Grandma hadn't visited. After Mom told me about the denim man, it was like a floodgate opened. I started noticing things I'd either ignored or explained away before. The sensation of being watched when I was home alone, the smell of tobacco that would sometimes fill a room for a few minutes, then disappear, the sound of humming coming from empty rooms. Last week, though, something happened that was different from all the other encounters. I'm 17 now, and I was studying late for a chemistry test. Everyone else had gone to bed hours ago. I was so focused on my textbook that I didn't notice the temperature in the room dropping until I could see my breath forming little clouds in the air. I looked up from my desk and nearly fell out of my chair. The denim man was standing on the other side of my room, by the window. This wasn't a shadow or a glimpse from the corner of my eye. He was fully there, as solid-looking as any living person. He was tall, well over 6 feet, with broad shoulders. His clothes were all denim, faded and worn, like they'd seen decades of use. The denim hat on his head cast a shadow over his face, but I could make out a strong jaw with stubble, weathered skin, and eyes that seemed to hold more years than possible. We stared at each other for what felt like forever. I was terrified, but also strangely calm. He didn't feel threatening, just intensely present. Then he did something none of us had ever reported before. He spoke. "Been watching over you a long time," he said, his voice deep and rough, like gravel, "just like I watched your mama and her mama before her." My voice was barely a whisper when I asked, "Why?" He took a step closer, and I could smell tobacco and something else, something old and earthy. "Some promises don't end with death," he said. He reached into his denim jacket and pulled out something small. He placed it on the edge of my desk, my grandmother's silver locket that had gone missing 3 years ago after she died. I'd been devastated, as she'd promised it would be mine someday. When I looked up from the locket, he was gone. The room was warm again, and there was no sign he had ever been there except for the locket and the lingering smell of tobacco. I haven't told my mum about this yet. I'm not sure how to explain that after all these years, he finally made contact. And I'm not sure what to make of what he said about promises that don't end with death. All I know is that somewhere in our family history, someone made a connection with this man that has bound him to us across generations. And now, for whatever reason, he's decided to reach out to me directly. I keep the locket with me all the time now. Sometimes when I hold it, I swear it feels warm, like it's just been held in someone else's hand. And sometimes, just before I fall asleep, I think I hear someone humming "Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star" from somewhere down the hall. Story 16. I've been hesitating to write this down for weeks, but I can't sleep properly anymore, and I'm hoping that sharing this might help me process what happened. I took a night security job at Ravenwood Mental Hospital about 6 months ago. It's this massive old building from the 1920s that sits on the edge of town, partially hidden by overgrown trees. The pay was good, $17 an hour, and at the time I desperately needed the money after losing my previous job. During my interview, the head of security, Mr. Walters, was upfront about the hospital's reputation. "People get spooked working nights here, Nathan," he told me. "We've had a high turnover rate. Think you can handle it?" I laughed it off. I've never been one to believe in ghosts or anything supernatural. I needed the job, and working nights suited me fine. My first week was uneventful. Ravenwood is still a functioning psychiatric facility, but much smaller than in its heyday. Most of the building is empty now, with only the first 2 floors being used for patient care. My job involved making regular rounds throughout the entire building, checking locked doors and monitoring security cameras. It wasn't until my second week that one of the other guards, Mike, started telling me about the hospital's history over coffee in the break room. You know, this place used to house over 800 patients back in the 40s and 50s, he said, lowering his voice even though we were alone. The treatments they used back then, man, it was brutal. Electroshock therapy without anesthesia, ice baths, insulin shock therapy. There were so many deaths here, hangings, suicides, murders, beatings by staff. They say over 300 people died in this building. I remember rolling my eyes. Every old hospital has stories like that, I said. Mike shook his head. The 4th floor is the worst. That's where they kept the most severe cases. Almost nobody goes up there anymore unless they have to. Of course, the 4th floor was part of my patrol route. It's this ridiculously long hallway. I once counted the steps from one end to the other out of boredom, and it's about 1,800 steps. Both sides are lined with these old patient rooms, each with a heavy steel door with a small window. Most of the rooms are empty now, just bare concrete, with maybe an old metal bed frame bolted to the floor. For the first month, nothing weird happened. I'd do my rounds, check the doors, and watch Netflix on my phone when things were quiet. But then the dream started. In the first dream, I was walking down that 4th floor hallway. It was darker than usual, with only every 3rd or 4th light working. As I walked, I felt like someone was watching me. I turned around and saw her for the first time, this incredibly thin woman in a faded hospital gown. Her skin was so pale it seemed to glow in the dim light, and her black hair hung over her face, completely covering it. She was standing perfectly still about 50 feet behind me. I called out, "Ma'am, you shouldn't be up here." When she didn't respond, I started walking toward her. That's when she suddenly rushed at me, moving inhumanly fast. Her hair parted just enough for me to see her mouth open in this horrible scream, though no sound came out. She grabbed my shoulders, and I woke up in a cold sweat. I dismissed it as just a nightmare caused by Mike's stories getting to me. But the dream kept coming back, almost identical each time, except she would get closer to me before I woke up. Then came that night, 3 weeks ago. It was around 3 in the morning, and I was doing my regular patrol of the 4th floor. The hallway always felt colder than the rest of the building, but that night it was freezing. I could see my breath forming clouds in front of me, which made no sense since the heating system should have been working. I was about halfway down the hall when something caught my eye, a handprint on one of the patient room windows. It was small, like a woman's hand, and seemed to be made of frost or condensation. The weird thing was, I couldn't see it from a distance. It only became visible when I got right up to the window. I checked inside the room, but it was completely empty. I made a note to tell maintenance about the temperature issues and continued my patrol. That's when I heard it. Footsteps running behind me. Not just walking, but full-on sprinting. The sound echoed off the walls, getting louder. Every instinct told me not to look back. I quickened my pace, my heart pounding in my chest. The running stopped abruptly, and I forced myself to keep walking without turning around. Then the banging started. Thud, thud, thud. It sounded like someone was punching the inside of the steel doors I'd just passed. But that was impossible. All the rooms were empty and locked. The banging followed me down the hall, always coming from the doors I'd just walked past, never the ones ahead of me. When I finally reached the stairwell door, my hands were shaking so badly I could barely turn the handle. I practically fell down the stairs in my rush to get to the security office on the 1st floor. The overnight nurse at the station looked up at me with concern. "You okay, Nathan? You look like you've seen a ghost," she said. I forced a laugh. "Just thought I heard something on 4. Probably just the building settling." That night, I had the worst dream yet. I was lying in my bed at home, but I could see myself sleeping from above, like I was floating near the ceiling. The door to my bedroom slowly opened, and she walked in. The same thin, pale woman from my previous dreams. She stood beside my bed, watching my sleeping body. I tried to scream, to warn myself, but no sound came out. Then she slowly turned her head toward where I was floating. For the first time, she pushed her hair away from her face. Her eyes were completely black, with dark circles underneath like she hadn't slept in years. Her skin was stretched tight over her cheekbones, and there were marks on her temples. Small circular burns that I somehow knew came from electroshock therapy. She smiled at me, revealing teeth that were filed to points. Then she reached up toward me with those bony hands. I tried to float away, but it was like I was stuck in place. She grabbed my arm and pulled me down with surprising strength. Her face was inches from mine as she screamed, a sound like metal scraping against metal, and then shoved me down into my sleeping body. I woke up gasping for air, feeling like I'd been drowning. My arms had bruises on them, 4 small marks on each like fingerprints. I called in sick the next day. I couldn't face going back to Ravenwood, but I needed the job, so I returned the following night. I avoided the 4th floor as much as possible, doing only cursory checks from the stairwell door. On my break, I was talking to one of the CNAs, Maria, who'd been working at Ravenwood for over 20 years. Without thinking, I described the woman from my dreams. Skinny white woman, hospital gown, long black hair covering her face. Maria's coffee mug froze halfway to her lips. Her face had gone completely pale. You've seen her too? My stomach dropped. What do you mean, too? Maria looked around to make sure no one else was listening. We don't talk about it much, but most of the long-term staff here have seen her at some point, security guards especially. She lowered her voice. They say she was a patient here in the 1950s, severe schizophrenia. The doctors experimented on her with new electroshock techniques. She died during one of the treatments, but they covered it up. That's just a story, I said, trying to convince myself more than her. Maybe. Maria shrugged. But we've had over a dozen staff members quit after seeing her. Some in the hallways, some in dreams. Always the same description. Has she ever touched anyone? I asked, thinking of the bruises on my arms. Maria stared at me for a long moment. You should request a transfer to day shift, Nathan. I put in the transfer request the next day, but I'm still waiting for approval. In the meantime, I've been assigned to the 4th floor every night. The dreams are getting worse. Last night in my dream, she whispered something to me. I couldn't make out the words, but when I woke up, all the pictures in my apartment were turned to face the wall. I don't know what to do. I'm writing this during my break. I have to go back up to the 4th floor in 10 minutes for my 3 a.m. patrol. The handprints are on every window now. Sometimes they appear as I'm watching. The running footsteps are getting louder. Last night I swear I felt breath on the back of my neck. I don't believe in ghosts. I can't believe in them, but something is happening at Ravenwood, and I don't think I can explain it away anymore. Whatever it is, it followed me home. Last night, I woke up at exactly 3:15 a.m. There was a depression on the mattress beside me, like someone was sitting there. When I turned on the light, it was gone. But in the bathroom mirror this morning, behind my reflection, just for a second, I saw her standing there with her hair pulled back, smiling that pointed tooth smile. I'm trapped in this job until I can find something else, trapped with whatever is haunting this hospital, and I'm starting to think she's not going to wait for me to fall asleep anymore. Story 17. I never believed in ghosts or anything supernatural until I started working at the Majestic Cinema in Penrith. It's this old building that most people just walk past without thinking twice about. But there's something not right about that place, especially in that room upstairs. I've only been working there for about 3 weeks now. It's just a part-time job while I finish my degree. The pay isn't great, but the hours work with my class schedule, and my boss Gary is pretty chill about letting me study during slow periods. The Majestic isn't one of those modern multiplexes. It's a single-screen theater with all this vintage charm that tourists sometimes come just to photograph. Red velvet seats, ornate ceiling work, real curtains that open before the movie starts, that whole old-timey vibe. When Gary was training me, he gave me a brief rundown of the building's history. Apparently, it wasn't always a cinema. Back in the 20s, it was some fancy nightclub called the Sapphire Room, where rich people would come to drink illegal booze during those Prohibition years. Gary bought the place in 1966 and converted it to a cinema, but he kept a lot of the original architecture intact. One night last week, Ava, who works concessions, mentioned something about the place being haunted while we were closing up. I laughed it off, but she got really serious. "You haven't heard the stories about this place?" she asked, lowering her voice even though there was nobody else around. "The original owner died in here. Nobody knows exactly how, but he was found in one of the rooms upstairs." I didn't think much of it at the time. Old buildings always have stories. People love making normal places seem mysterious and creepy. I figured it was just local legend stuff that gets passed around to make boring jobs more interesting. Until yesterday. Yesterday, I was working an afternoon shift alone with Gary. We were expecting a busy evening showing of this new horror flick, but the afternoon was dead slow. Gary asked me to go upstairs and grab more boxes for the popcorn since we were running low. The storage area is on the second floor, past a narrow hallway that runs behind the projection room. There are 3 rooms up there. The left one is Gary's office, the middle one is where we keep supplies, and the right one, well, nobody ever goes in there. It's always locked, and Gary never mentioned what it was for. I just assumed it was more storage or maybe electrical stuff. So I headed up the creaky wooden stairs, flipping on the lights as I went. The upstairs hallway is always dimly lit by these yellowish bulbs that make shadows stretch across the faded wallpaper. You can usually hear the movie playing faintly through the walls, just muffled sound effects and dialogue. I grabbed the boxes from the supply room and was heading back when I noticed something different. The door to the right room was wide open. In the 3 weeks I'd been working there, I'd never seen that door open even once. Curiosity got the better of me, and I decided to take a quick peek inside. Just a quick look. What could it hurt? The moment I crossed the threshold, everything changed. It's hard to explain exactly what happened, but it felt like walking through jelly. The air suddenly became thick and heavy, making each step forward feel like I was pushing against some invisible resistance. The temperature dropped dramatically. I could see my breath fogging in front of my face, even though it was the middle of summer and the rest of the building was actually quite warm. What struck me immediately was the silence. The movie that had been playing downstairs, some action film with plenty of explosions, was completely inaudible in this room, even though I could hear it fine in the hallway and the other rooms. It was like this room existed in some bubble, completely isolated from the rest of the building. The room itself looked like it had been frozen in time. There was a large wooden desk covered in papers that had yellowed with age. Bookshelves lined the walls, filled with old ledgers and bound books. Everything was coated in a thin layer of dust, but not as much as you'd expect for a room that hadn't been used in decades. It was almost as if someone had been maintaining it, but not very thoroughly. What really caught my attention was a framed photograph on the desk. It showed a woman in 1920s clothing, one of those flapper dresses with the beaded details. She was beautiful in that classic way, with dark curled hair and a slight smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. Something about her expression made me feel uneasy, like she was looking directly at me across the decades. I picked up some of the papers on the desk. Most seemed to be financial records, profits and expenses for something called the Sapphire Room. Names and figures, all handwritten in this elaborate cursive that's hard to read nowadays. The dates on the papers were from 1924. The smell in the room was strange too. It wasn't the musty scent of an unused space or the chemical smell of cleaning products. It was a mixture of cologne, something old-fashioned with notes of tobacco and spice. and something else underneath that I couldn't identify, something unpleasant. I was examining one of the ledgers when it happened. A huge bang erupted from directly behind me, so loud and sudden that I jumped and dropped everything I was holding. It sounded like someone had slammed their hands down on the desk with incredible force, except I was standing at the desk and there was nobody else in the room. I spun around, heart pounding, but saw nothing. The room was still empty, still silent after the echo of the bang faded. But something had changed. The air felt even heavier, almost electrically charged, and I had the overwhelming sensation that I was being watched. I didn't stick around to investigate. I ran out of that room so fast, I nearly tripped over my own feet. I didn't even bother closing the door behind me. I just grabbed the popcorn boxes I'd left in the hallway and bolted down the stairs. When I got back to the concession stand, Gary looked at me strangely and asked if I was feeling okay. Apparently, I was pale and sweating. I wanted to tell him what had happened, but something stopped me. Instead, I just mumbled something about feeling a bit dizzy from rushing up and down the stairs. The rest of my shift went by in a blur. I couldn't stop thinking about that room and what had happened in there. Was it just my imagination? Maybe the building had settled, causing a loud noise. Old buildings make weird sounds all the time, right? But deep down, I knew it wasn't that simple. The sudden cold, the unnatural silence, that feeling of resistance in the air, none of that had normal explanations. After we closed up, I hung around while Gary was doing the final checks, working up the courage to ask him about the room. "Hey, Gary, what's in that right room upstairs, the one that's always locked?" He stopped what he was doing and looked at me with an expression I couldn't quite read. "It used to be the office of the original owner," he said after a pause. "I don't use it for anything. Why do you ask?" I hesitated, then decided to be honest. The door was open today when I went to get supplies. I took a quick look inside. Gary's face changed. He seemed concerned, maybe even a little afraid. "The door was open. Are you sure?" When I nodded, he shook his head. "That's impossible. I've got the only key and it stays locked." Something about his reaction made me push further. "I've heard this place used to be a nightclub before it was a cinema. Is that true?" "Who told you that?" Gary asked sharply. "Ava mentioned it." He sighed, then gestured for me to sit down. "Look, there are stories about this place. Most of them are just that, stories. But yes, it was called the Sapphire Room, a nightclub during the 20s. The owner was found dead in his office. That right room you went into. Nobody knows exactly what happened to him. Heart attack, maybe, or something else. This was during Prohibition, so there were rumors about mob connections and debts." "And people say it's haunted?" I pressed. Gary looked uncomfortable. "About 10 years ago, I let some paranormal investigation team come in. They were doing a TV show or something, looking at supposedly haunted buildings in the area. I thought it might be good publicity for the cinema." He paused, seeming to debate whether to continue. "They claimed they conducted a full conversation with the spirit of the former owner in that room. Said he wanted me dead, wanted his building back. The thing is, I never told them this place was a nightclub, never mentioned the Sapphire Room, but they knew. They knew details about the original layout that weren't in any public records." My skin crawled as he told me this. "Do you believe it? That the place is haunted?" Gary shrugged. "I've been here over 50 years and never seen anything myself. But I don't go in that room. Never have. I keep it locked for a reason." He looked at me intently. "Whatever you experienced in there, and I can tell from your face you experienced something, I'd advise you to stay out of that room from now on." I couldn't sleep at all last night. I kept replaying what happened in my mind, trying to find some rational explanation. This morning I almost called in sick, but something pulled me back to the Majestic. I needed to know if what I experienced was real. When I arrived for my shift, I waited until Gary was busy with a supplier in his office, then slipped upstairs. The door to the right room was closed again, but not locked. I hesitated for a long moment, my hand on the doorknob, before pushing it open. The sensation hit me immediately. That same resistance in the air, the same drop in temperature, but this time it was worse. As soon as I stepped inside, a wave of dizziness washed over me. The room seemed to tilt and spin, and for a second I thought I might pass out. Through my disorientation, I noticed changes in the room. The papers on the desk were arranged differently than how I'd left them yesterday. The photograph of the woman was now facing the door, whereas before it had been positioned toward the chair behind the desk. And the smell, that strange mixture of cologne and something unpleasant, was much stronger today, almost overwhelming. I forced myself to take a few more steps into the room, fighting against both the physical resistance in the air and my own fear. The dizziness intensified and my ears started ringing. Then I heard it, a faint whisper coming from somewhere behind me. I couldn't make out the words, but the sound was unmistakably human, or at least it mimicked a human voice. It had this hollow quality to it, like someone speaking from the bottom of a well. The whisper grew louder, more insistent, though still unintelligible. I turned around slowly, dreading what I might see, but the room appeared empty. Yet the whispering continued, now seeming to come from all directions at once. The air grew even colder, and I could see my breath coming out in rapid, panicked puffs. That's when I noticed the door had closed behind me, even though I hadn't touched it. I rushed toward it, suddenly desperate to get out. But the resistance in the air was like wading through molasses. Each step required immense effort, and the dizziness made it hard to walk straight. When I finally reached the door and grabbed the handle, it was ice cold. So cold, it burned my palm. I yanked it open and practically fell into the hallway, gasping for breath as if I'd been underwater. The door slammed shut behind me with a force that seemed impossible for an ordinary draft. I sat there in the hallway for several minutes, trembling and trying to calm myself down. The movie playing downstairs suddenly seemed impossibly loud after the unnatural silence of that room. I don't know what's in that room. I don't know if it's the ghost of the original owner or something else entirely. But whatever it is, it's aware. It knows when someone enters its space. It reacts. It communicates in its own way. I'm working another shift tomorrow, and I've been debating whether to tell Gary about my second visit to the room. Part of me wants to quit this job immediately, but another part is strangely drawn to that room, to the mystery of what happened there. That right room exists in a different plane than the rest of the building. The laws of physics seem altered in there. Time feels wrong, and something is definitely present, something that doesn't want to be forgotten. I can't explain what's happening at the Majestic Cinema, but I know what I felt. That cold, silent room where a man died decades ago isn't empty. His presence lingers, trapped in that space, and now I can't shake the feeling that part of me is trapped there too, that something followed me out and is with me even now as I write this. Story 18. I still remember the day we met, and I'll never forget his final goodbye, though I'm not sure it was really final after all. I work as a vet tech at a small animal hospital in Phoenix. It's not one of those fancy places with marble countertops and designer dog food in the lobby. We're in a rougher part of town, where people love their pets just as much, but sometimes can't afford to care for them properly. 7 years ago, I was working the late shift when this kid, couldn't have been more than 19, burst through our doors carrying what looked like a dirty mop head wrapped in a towel. But it wasn't a mop. It was a puppy. A pit bull puppy with the saddest eyes I've ever seen, literally dying in this boy's arms. "Please help him," the kid begged, tears streaming down his face. "He won't stop throwing up and there's blood in it." One look and I knew it was parvo. If you've worked in animal medicine, you know that gut-wrenching feeling when you see a parvo case. It's brutal, especially on puppies. Their tiny bodies just waste away so fast. My boss, Dr. Karen, came out and confirmed what I already knew. Treatment would cost at least $800, maybe more. The kid's face crumbled. He had maybe $50 to his name. "I found him behind my apartment building," he explained. "He was just whimpering in a box. I've only had him for 2 days. I shouldn't have done it. It wasn't professional, but something about that puppy's eyes just broke me. "I'll take him," I said. "I'll cover the treatment and keep him." "Doctor," Karen gave me that look, the one that said I was making a huge mistake. She'd seen techs get their hearts broken too many times, but she didn't stop me. "The treatment for parvo is intense. For 3 days straight, I barely slept. I named him Harvey, after my grandfather, who was the toughest person I've ever known. Harvey needed to be tough too. I'm not going to lie. Our relationship didn't start off great. I had to stick him with needles, force feed him when he didn't want to eat, and clean up more bodily fluids than I care to remember. He associated me with pain for those first few weeks, and I don't blame him. But gradually, as he started feeling better, things changed. Harvey had this way of looking at me, like he knew I had saved him, and he was just waiting for a chance to return the favor. I didn't know then how many times he actually would. By 6 months, Harvey had grown into a beautiful, muscular pit bull with a brindle coat and a white patch on his chest, shaped almost exactly like Texas. He was still dealing with some health issues. Pit bulls aren't exactly known for being the healthiest breed, but his personality was bigger than life. He'd greet me at the door every day, this 50-pound bundle of pure joy, wiggling so hard his whole back end would swing from side to side. I live alone in a neighborhood that most people would politely call transitional. There's a fair amount of drug activity, and being a single woman, I'd always been hyper-aware of my surroundings. With Harvey by my side, though, I noticed people giving me a much wider berth when we walked. The first time Harvey actually protected me was about a year after I got him. I was coming home late from a double shift. It was around 2 in the morning, and I was exhausted, not paying as much attention as I should have been. I didn't notice the guy following me from the bus stop until I was almost to my door. Harvey did, though. He was inside, but must have heard something off in my footsteps or sensed my anxiety. He started barking, not his usual "someone's at the door" bark, but something deeper, more threatening. When I opened the door, he pushed past me and stood between me and the stranger, his body language completely transformed. I'd never seen him like that before. Hackles raised, teeth bared, a low growl that seemed to come from somewhere primordial. The guy took off running. Later that week, I heard from a neighbor that someone had been breaking into apartments in the area. After that night, Harvey became even more attentive to my safety. There was another incident, about 2 years in, when a drug dealer moved into the building across from mine. He'd have people coming and going at all hours, and one night he decided my front stoop was a good place to conduct business. I opened my door to take Harvey out and found 3 men arguing right outside. Before I could retreat back inside, one of them noticed me. "Mind your own business, lady," he snapped, taking a step toward me. Harvey moved so fast I barely saw it. He didn't attack, but he positioned himself in front of me, his body rigid, staring the man down with an intensity that made even me nervous. The dealer looked at Harvey, then at me, and said, "Control your dog." "He is controlled," I replied. "He's just protective." They cleared out after that, and weirdly enough, the dealer always gave me a respectful nod when we passed each other after that. Harvey had somehow earned us both respect in a place where that was currency. But our relationship wasn't just about him protecting me. Harvey had his own battles to fight. When he was 3, he developed valley fever, which is common in Arizona. For those who don't know, it's a fungal infection that can get into the lungs and bones. Harvey's got into his joints, and he was in constant pain. I spent another $2,000 on treatment, money I definitely didn't have, maxing out credit cards and picking up extra shifts. For weeks, I'd come home on my lunch break to give him his medication, then race back to work. At night, I'd sleep on the floor next to his bed because he couldn't climb into mine anymore. Slowly, he recovered, but the vet warned me he might have flare-ups for the rest of his life. Then at 5, he tore his cruciate ligament, basically the dog equivalent of an ACL tear. Another surgery, another $3,000, another recovery period of carrying my now 70-pound dog up and down the stairs to my second-floor apartment. Through it all, Harvey remained the sweetest soul I've ever known. Even when he was hurting, he'd still thump his tail when I came home. He never snapped, never growled at me, even when I had to manipulate his painful leg for physical therapy exercises. I think the moment our relationship truly transformed was about 4 years in. I'd had this rule about no dogs on the furniture, partly because I couldn't afford new furniture if he destroyed it, and partly because I was trying to maintain some semblance of being a disciplined dog owner. But one night, after a particularly brutal shift where we lost 3 patients, I came home completely drained. I collapsed on the couch, too tired even to take off my scrubs. Harvey came over, rested his chin on the cushion next to me, and looked at me with those eyes. The same eyes that had drawn me in when he was a dying puppy. "Fine," I whispered, "just this once." He jumped up so fast and settled against me with such a contented sigh that I started crying. We fell asleep like that, and from that night on, the no dogs on furniture rule was history. He slept in my bed every night after that, always positioned between me and the door, always on guard, even in his dreams. Last year, when Harvey was 6, I noticed him limping again. I assumed it was his old knee injury acting up, maybe some arthritis setting in early because of the valley fever. But when the limping got worse instead of better, I took him in for x-rays. Cancer osteosarcoma in his front right leg. The vet, not Dr. Karen, who had retired by then, laid out our options: amputation, followed by chemo, or palliative care until the pain became too much. I chose amputation. I couldn't bear the thought of just waiting for him to die, not when there was a chance he could have more time. The surgery wiped out what little savings I had, but Harvey adapted to life on 3 legs with the same resilience he'd shown through everything else. For 8 months he was almost his old self, a little slower, sure, but still happy, still protective, still my Harvey. Then the cancer came back, this time in his spleen and eventually his brain. The seizures started, and I knew it was time. The day I had to say goodbye was the worst day of my life. I took him to our clinic after hours so we could be alone. Dr. Johnson, my current boss, agreed to come in specially for us. Harvey was so weak by then that I had to carry him in. Even so, when the new receptionist came to give me the paperwork, Harvey lifted his head and gave a weak growl, still trying to make sure I was safe. I laid on the floor with him, his head in my lap, as Dr. Johnson administered the injection. I told him what a good boy he was, how he had saved me just as much as I had saved him, how I would love him forever. I felt him take his last breath, felt his body relax as his spirit left. That night, I prayed for the first time in years. I'm not particularly religious, but I begged whoever might be listening to let Harvey know how much I loved him, to take care of him until I could see him again. I asked for some sign that he was okay. 3 nights later, I woke up at exactly 3:15 in the morning. My bedroom was filled with a soft, golden light that seemed to be coming from nowhere and everywhere at once. I thought I was dreaming, but I felt wide awake. Then I heard it, the familiar click, click, click of dog nails on my hardwood floor. My heart started racing. I could hear something approaching my bed, but I couldn't see anything in the strange light. Then suddenly, there he was, Harvey, standing beside my bed, whole again with all 4 legs, his coat glossy and his eyes bright with none of the grey around his muzzle that had come with age and illness. He looked at me with such joy, such pure love, that I couldn't breathe. Then he jumped onto the bed, a smooth, powerful leap that he hadn't been able to do in his final months, and pressed himself against me just like he used to do. I swear I could feel his warmth, the weight of him on the mattress. I don't know how long we stayed like that. It could have been minutes or hours. I was afraid to move, afraid to break whatever magic was happening. Eventually, I must have fallen back asleep because when I woke up at dawn, he was gone, and my room was just my room again. Some would say it was just a dream, my grief taking the form of what I wanted most. Maybe it was, but it felt more real than anything I've experienced before or since. and in the days that followed, I felt a peace I hadn't expected to find so soon after losing him. I still miss Harvey every day. My apartment feels too quiet, too empty without him, but I don't feel the crushing grief I did before that night. Somehow, I know he's okay, and that someday we'll be together again. In the meantime, I've started volunteering at a local pit bull rescue. There are so many Harveys out there, waiting for someone to see past their circumstances to the loyal hearts beneath. I can't save them all, but for Harvey's sake, I have to try. Story 19. I've never told this story to anyone outside my family and doctors. Even now, 20 years later, I still get that sick feeling in my stomach when I think about it. But I need to share it with people who might understand. It was the summer of 2004, and I had just turned 6. My parents took me to the mall that weekend, and as we walked past the movie theater, I saw it. This poster for the new Chucky movie. I don't know why that stupid doll scared me so badly, but something about his eyes just burned into my brain. I couldn't stop staring at it, even though my stomach was turning. My mom noticed and pulled me away, saying it wasn't for kids, but the damage was done. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every shadow in my room looked like that doll. I kept thinking he was hiding under my bed or in my closet. I started screaming for my parents around midnight, and they came running. My dad checked under the bed and in the closet to show me nothing was there, but I wouldn't stop crying. For the next week, I refused to sleep in my own room. I'd start off there, but within an hour, I'd be in my parents' doorway, sobbing about monsters. After about 10 days of this, my mum was exhausted. She set up what she called my bravery bed, basically just a sleeping bag with my favorite blanket and pillow on their bedroom floor. The idea was I'd stay there until I got over my fear. They also started leaving the hallway light on, with my bedroom door open so some light would spill in. My dad installed this dim nightlight in their room too, so I could see if I woke up in the night. Looking back, they really tried to help me, but nothing was going to stop what happened. It was a Tuesday night in August when it happened the first time. I remember because earlier that day, my mum had taken me to get new shoes for school, which was starting in a couple weeks. I went to bed feeling pretty normal as a kid sleeping on their parents' floor can feel. I fell asleep quickly. I don't know what time it was when I woke up. No clocks in my line of sight. But it was that deep, silent part of night when everything feels wrong. I didn't wake up gradually. It was instant, like someone had flicked a switch in my brain. My eyes just snapped open, and immediately I knew something was terribly wrong. You know that feeling when you're absolutely certain someone is watching you? It was like that, but 100 times worse. My whole body went ice cold, and I couldn't move. Not like sleep paralysis. I wasn't trying to move. I was too scared to even think about moving. I just lay there, my eyes fixed on the doorway to my parents' room. Through that doorway, I could see down the hallway to my bedroom. The hall light was on like always, casting this yellowish glow. My bedroom door was open, and everything looked normal at first. But then I felt this pressure, like the air in the house suddenly got heavy. My ears started to ring slightly, and my mouth went completely dry. That's when I saw it come out of my bedroom. It's hard to describe without sounding crazy, but I'll try. It wasn't a person. It wasn't an animal. It was wrong. Fundamentally wrong, in a way that makes your brain scream. It was tall, taller than my dad, but severely hunched over, so its head was only about 4 feet off the ground. Its spine was visible, poking through whatever covered it, each vertebra distinct and too large. Its legs were thin, so thin they didn't look like they could support even its skeletal frame. The feet weren't human. They were longer, with toes that splayed out too far. Its arms were bent at unnatural angles, hanging down with hands that were mostly bone, fingers too long and jointed in extra places. But the worst part was its skin. It wasn't black like paint or fabric. It was like a void, absorbing the hallway light around it. No detail, No reflection, just this absolute darkness shaped like a nightmare. It didn't walk normally. It sort of hobbled and shuffled, swaying slightly as it moved. It came out of my room and turned toward my parents' bedroom, toward me. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't blink. I just watched as this thing made its way down the hallway, this slight scraping sound accompanying each step. When it reached the wall at the end of the hall, right across from my parents' door, it didn't stop. It just went into the wall. Not through a door or anything. It literally disappeared into the solid wall. The pressure lifted instantly. The ringing in my ears stopped. I could breathe again, and I started sobbing uncontrollably. My mum woke up and came to me, asking what was wrong. I tried to explain through my tears, but I was hysterical. She thought I'd had a nightmare and brought me into their bed for the rest of the night. I didn't sleep a minute more. I just stared at that doorway until morning came. The next day, my mum kept asking if I wanted to talk about my bad dream. I insisted it wasn't a dream, but I could tell she didn't believe me. My dad suggested I sleep in my own room that night, saying I was a big kid now and needed to face my fears. The thought terrified me so much I threw up my lunch. That convinced them to let me stay on their floor one more night. But what happened that afternoon was worse because I was wide awake. It was around 3 in the afternoon. My mum was in the garage bringing in groceries, and I was walking from the living room through the dining room to help her. That same feeling hit me again. The pressure, the ringing ears, the dry mouth. I froze in the middle of the dining room connected to the kitchen, and off the kitchen was our pantry. As I stood there unable to move, I saw it again. The thing emerged from the pantry, only about 6 feet away from me. It had the same impossible posture, the same void-like appearance. It didn't look at me, at least I don't think it did. It didn't have visible eyes that I could see. It just shuffled across the kitchen and disappeared into the wall next to the refrigerator. When my mum came in seconds later, she found me in a puddle of my own urine, screaming hysterically. I couldn't stop. I couldn't explain. I just pointed at the wall and screamed until I had no voice left. That night, I refused to leave my parents' sides. I wouldn't go to the bathroom alone. I wouldn't stay in any room by myself. When bedtime came, I was so exhausted from the constant terror that I fell asleep quickly in their bed. They must have decided it wasn't worth fighting about. The next few weeks were hell. I developed new fears. I wouldn't walk down hallways alone. I wouldn't go near the pantry. I became terrified of stairways and refused to look at walls for too long. My parents were at their wits' end. They took me to our family doctor, who referred us to a child psychiatrist. Dr. Winters was an older woman with grey hair and glasses. At first, I wouldn't talk to her about what I'd seen. I was afraid saying it out loud would make it come back, but after a few sessions, she got me to draw it. The crayon drawing I made barely captured how wrong it looked, but even that crude drawing made me shake while creating it. "Do you think giving it a name might make it less scary?" she asked one day, about 2 months into our sessions. I shook my head violently. Names had power. If I named it, I might call it back. "Sometimes," she said gently, "the things we can't identify are scarier than the things we can. If we give something a name, it becomes something we can talk about, something we can understand." We went back and forth for weeks about this. Finally, around Halloween, which I now hated, I agreed to name it. I called it Horridge, a combination of horrible and ridge because of its spine. Dr. Winters seemed pleased with this development. She also suggested I try drawing Horridge differently, not as the terrifying thing I saw, but as something silly. "Make it a clown," she suggested, "or give it a funny hat." At first I resisted, but eventually I drew Horridge as a clown with big shoes. It felt wrong, but also a little empowering. She had me draw it different ways each session, as a cartoon, as a teddy bear, as a tiny bug I could squish. Slowly, over many months, my terror began to subside. I started sleeping in my own room again by Christmas, though with the door open and multiple nightlights. I still avoided the pantry, and wouldn't look at walls for too long, but I could function. By the time I turned 8, almost 2 years later, I had convinced myself that Horridge had been my imagination, a manifestation of my fear of that stupid Chucky doll. I still believed I had seen something real, but I accepted that it was probably my brain playing tricks on me. The counseling helped, and gradually, my fear transformed into curiosity. As a teenager, I became fascinated with the paranormal. I read books about shadow people and interdimensional beings. Sometimes I wonder if what I saw was something like that, not a ghost or a monster in the traditional sense, but something that exists just outside our normal perception that sometimes bleeds through. I haven't seen Horridge since those 2 encounters in 2004. Sometimes I wonder if it's still there, moving through walls when no one is looking. Sometimes I worry that one day I'll wake up with that same feeling of dread, and it'll be standing over me. What bothers me most isn't the memory of what it looked like. It's the certainty I felt, and still feel, that it wasn't looking for me specifically. It was just passing through, like I glimpsed something that wasn't meant to be seen, something that exists alongside us all the time. I'm 26 now. I still sleep with a small light on. I still get nervous in long hallways. And sometimes when I'm alone in my apartment at night, I feel the air get heavy and my ears start to ring faintly, and I wonder if Horridge is about to shuffle its way back into my life. Story 20. I've been hesitating to write this for years, but I need to get it off my chest. My name is Elizabeth Bell, though everyone calls me Betsy, and what happened to my family back in Tennessee still haunts me to this day. It all started when I was 14. We'd moved from North Carolina to our farm in what's now Adams, Tennessee, about 3 years prior. Pa, John Bell, had built us a good life there. Fertile land, a solid 2-story home, and enough space for all 10 of us kids to grow up proper. Everything was normal until that cursed evening in the summer. Pa came back from checking the cornfields looking pale as a sheet. When Ma asked what was wrong, he just mumbled something about shooting at a strange dog in the field that vanished into thin air. We didn't think much of it then. Maybe just the light playing tricks or Pa missing his shot. God, I wish that had been all it was. About a week later, my brother John Jr. came running into the house, swearing he'd seen some kind of bird creature as big as a man near the creek. Ma told him to stop telling tales, but the look in his eyes, he wasn't lying. That night was when it all began. I was almost asleep when I heard it first, a scratching sound like rats gnawing at the bedposts. I lit a candle and checked, but there was nothing there. Then came the knocking, soft at first, just tap, tap, tap on my window, then the walls, then everywhere at once. I pulled the quilt over my head and prayed until dawn. The next morning, no one had slept well. We all heard something, knocking, chains dragging across the floor, the sound of wings flapping against the ceiling. Pa said it was probably just the house settling, or raccoons in the attic, but his voice shook when he said it. That evening, things got worse. We were sitting down to supper when a bowl flew straight off the table and smashed against the wall. No one had touched it. Ma dropped to her knees right there and started praying. Pa tried to keep calm, telling us it must have been balanced poorly, but then all the chairs around the table started to rock by themselves. For a few weeks, it was just noises and things moving. Then it started talking. I'll never forget the first time I heard that voice. It wasn't like any human voice. It was like several voices layered together, sometimes a whisper, sometimes loud enough to shake the windows. At first it just repeated things it heard us say, mocking us. Then it started saying our names. Betsy Bell, it would whisper while I tried to sleep. Pretty little Betsy Bell. I'd pull my blanket over my head, but it wouldn't matter. The voice would be right in my ear, like someone was lying next to me, breathing on my neck. One night, I woke up to something pulling my hair, hard. I screamed and lit my candle, but there was no one there. The next morning I had bruises on my arms shaped like fingerprints. That's when Pa decided to try to talk to it. "What are you?" he asked one night when the voice started up. "I am a spirit," it replied, its voice echoing around our dining room. "I'm looking for my tooth." "Your tooth?" Pa asked, confused. "My tooth was taken from my grave, an Indian grave in the cave by the river. I want it back." From then on, it called itself Kate, though sometimes it claimed to be other spirits or even the witch of the Bell family. It seemed to know everything about everyone in town. It could recite sermons word for word from churches miles away that none of us had attended. It knew Bible passages no child could have memorized, but it hated Pa. It would call him Old Jack in this mocking tone and follow him everywhere. He'd be walking to the barn and suddenly get slapped across the face by invisible hands. He started getting headaches and facial tics that the spirit seemed to find hilarious. And then there was Joshua, sweet Joshua. Gardner had been courting me since I was 12, and everyone expected us to marry once I turned 16. The spirit hated him. "Don't marry Joshua," it would whisper in my ear at night. "He's not the one for you, Betsy." When I ignored it, things got violent. One night while Joshua was visiting, I was suddenly dragged from my chair across the floor, screaming as something pulled my hair and pinched my skin. Joshua tried to help me, but he was thrown back against the wall so hard he knocked himself out. The spirit laughed that terrible laugh that sounded like a dozen people cackling at once. Word spread about what was happening at the Bell farm. People started visiting, neighbors at first, then folks from neighboring counties, all wanting to see the famous Bell Witch. The spirit would perform for them, answering questions about their private lives that no one could have known, poking fun at the men, singing songs in that eerie voice. Even Andrew Jackson came with some men, curious about the witch. They were still a mile away when their wagon stopped dead in its tracks. The wheels wouldn't turn no matter how the horses strained. Then that voice came out of nowhere. "You can go back to where you came from. I'll talk to you another time." Jackson's men begged to leave, but he insisted on staying. That night, one of his men was beaten bloody by invisible hands. Jackson and his party left the next morning. People in town started saying it was Kate Batts's doing. She was a strange old woman who practiced what some called black magic. Pa had had a dispute with her brother-in-law over a slave sale years back, and some said she'd cursed our family. The spirit sometimes even called itself Kate Batts's witch. As the months passed, Pa's health started deteriorating. He had trouble swallowing, his face would twitch uncontrollably, and he lost weight rapidly. The spirit would mock his suffering, telling everyone who visited that it was slowly killing old Jack Bell. On December 19th, 1820, Pa was bedridden and barely conscious. My brother John found a strange vial of dark liquid by Pa's bed. When we asked the spirit about it, it laughed and said, "I gave old Jack a dose of that last night while he was sleeping. He'll never get up from that bed again." John took the vial outside and threw some of the liquid into the fire. It burst into bright blue flames that shot 6 feet high. We were terrified. Pa died the next morning. At his funeral, while the preacher was speaking, that horrible voice started singing drinking songs. Some of our neighbors ran out of the service in terror. After Pa died, the spirit seemed satisfied. The violent activities decreased, though it would still talk to us sometimes. It told Ma it would return in 7 years, and sure enough, it did come back briefly, mostly to talk to my brother Joel. It even predicted a great war between the states that would tear the country apart. I never did marry Joshua. The spirit's constant torment wore us both down. I eventually married my teacher, Richard Powell, and tried to put it all behind me. But even now, decades later, I still sometimes wake up in the night feeling like something is watching me from the corner of the room. Some nights, I swear I can still hear that voice whispering, "Betsy Bell, pretty little Betsy Bell." I've moved far from Adams, Tennessee, but I don't think I'll ever truly escape what happened there. The worst part is, I still don't know why it chose us. Why our family? Why me and Pa in particular? People still visit the Bell Witch Cave looking for evidence of the spirit. and our family name has become synonymous with one of America's most famous hauntings, but they don't know what it was really like. The terror of lying awake night after night, waiting for invisible hands to pinch you or pull your hair. The helplessness of watching your father waste away while something laughs about killing him. I'm an old woman now, and I've never told the full story until today. I don't expect anyone to believe me, but I swear on my father's grave that every word is true. Sometimes I wonder if that spirit is still out there, looking for its tooth, waiting to torment another family. Or maybe it's still watching mine, waiting for the right moment to return. All I know is that the fear never truly leaves you. Even now, as I write this, I keep glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see something there. And sometimes, when the house is quiet and I'm alone, I still hear knocking, soft at first, just tap, tap, tap. And I freeze, afraid that after all these years, it's found me again. Story 21. I still get goosebumps when I think about what happened that day. It's been almost 8 months, but I can't shake it. I've tried to convince myself there was a logical explanation, but deep down, I know there wasn't. It was a Tuesday in November last year, chilly but not freezing yet. I had debate team practice after school, which usually ran until around 5:30. My mum texted me during last period, saying she and my dad were taking my little brother Tommy to his swim meet in Riverdale, about 40 minutes away. They wouldn't be home until around 8. No big deal. I'm 17, perfectly capable of being home alone for a few hours. My friend Derek gave me a ride home after practice since we live in the same neighborhood. We were talking about normal stuff, homework, this girl he liked, the new Marvel movie. Totally ordinary conversation. He dropped me off around 5:45. Later, Jason, he said, as I grabbed my backpack and debate folder from his car. Don't forget about the history project. Yeah, I won't, I replied, giving him a wave as I walked up our driveway. Our house is nothing special, just a typical 2-story suburban home in Oakville. We've lived there since I was 10, so about 7 years. It's always felt safe, normal, boring even, until that day. I unlocked the front door, tossed my backpack on the couch, and headed straight to the kitchen. I was starving after debate practice. The house was quiet, which wasn't unusual when no one was home. I grabbed some leftovers from the fridge, spaghetti from the night before, and threw it in the microwave. While waiting for my food, I called Mom to let her know I'd made it home okay. It went straight to voicemail, which was annoying but not surprising. The reception at the aquatic center is terrible. I sent her a quick text instead. Home now. How's Tommy doing? The microwave beeped, and I took out my food. I spread my homework across the kitchen table and started eating while working on calc problems. Our kitchen opens to the living room, with the staircase to the second floor on the left side. There's this old mirror hanging on the wall of the stairwell. It's been there since before we moved in. It's nothing fancy, just an oval mirror in a dark wooden frame, probably from the 80s or something. From where I was sitting, I could see part of the basement door reflected in it. I'd been working for maybe 20 minutes when I first heard it, talking. It was really faint, like when you can hear a TV on in another room but can't make out the words. I figured maybe I'd left my laptop open upstairs with a video playing, or maybe one of us had left a radio on somewhere. I ignored it at first, trying to focus on my homework, but after a few minutes, it was bugging me enough that I decided to check it out. The sound seemed to be coming from the basement. Our basement is finished. We have a TV down there, some couches, my PlayStation. It's where Tommy and I hang out most of the time. I opened the basement door and flicked the light switch, but nothing happened. The bulb must have burned out. Hello? I called down the stairs. Silence. I took a few steps down, squinting into the darkness. The only light was coming from behind me, from the kitchen, casting my shadow down the stairs. Anyone down there? I called again, feeling stupid even as I said it. I knew no one was supposed to be home. Nothing. Just silence and darkness. I went back up, making a mental note to tell Dad about the light bulb. Back at the kitchen table, I tried to focus on my homework again, but I felt uneasy. I kept glancing at that mirror on the stairwell, which reflected part of the basement door behind me. Then the talking started again. Faint, indistinct, but definitely coming from the basement. I froze, my pencil hovering above my notebook. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was the pipes, or the heating system, or noise from a neighbor's house. But it didn't sound like any of those things. It sounded like someone talking. I checked my phone. 6:32. Mom, Dad, and Tommy wouldn't be home for at least another hour and a half. I called Mom again, hoping maybe they'd finished early, straight to voicemail again. The talking stopped. I let out a breath I didn't realize I'd been holding and tried to go back to my homework. My hands were a little shaky, but I told myself I was being stupid. Old houses make weird noises. Everyone knows that. 10 minutes passed. I was starting to relax, convincing myself I'd imagined it or exaggerated some normal house sound. Then it started again, the talking. But this time it was a bit louder, more distinct, though I still couldn't make out any words. It was definitely coming from the basement. I stood up, my chair scraping loudly against the kitchen floor. I didn't want to go back down there, but I also couldn't just sit there listening to whatever it was. I walked to the basement door again, but didn't open it this time. "Is someone down there?" I called through the door, feeling ridiculous and terrified at the same time. The talking stopped immediately. The silence that followed was somehow worse. I backed away from the door, my heart pounding. I grabbed my phone and texted Derek. "Hey man, you hear anything weird when you drop me off?" He replied almost immediately, "No, why? What's up?" I didn't know how to explain without sounding crazy. Nothing. Just thought I heard something outside. Probably a raccoon or something. "Probably LOL. Don't get rabies," he replied. I put my phone down and forced myself to sit back at the table. I tried to focus on my homework, but I couldn't concentrate. I kept glancing at that mirror, which reflected the basement door behind me. That's when I noticed something that made my blood run cold. The basement door, which I was sure I had closed, was now slightly ajar in the mirror's reflection. I spun around in my chair, but the actual door was firmly closed. I rubbed my eyes, thinking I must be seeing things. When I looked at the mirror again, the door was closed there too. I let out a shaky laugh. My eyes were playing tricks on me. That was all. The talking started again, clearer now, but still muffled enough that I couldn't make out any words. It sounded like more than one voice, like a conversation. I stood up, my legs shaky. "This isn't funny," I shouted, trying to sound braver than I felt. "Who's down there?" The talking stopped again. I stared at the basement door, willing it to stay closed. Then I looked at its reflection in the mirror. The door was wide open in the reflection. I turned around so fast I almost fell. The real door was still closed. I backed away from both the door and the mirror, my heart hammering so hard I could hear it. "It's not real," I whispered to myself. "It's not real. It's not real." But I knew what I'd seen. The door was closed in reality, but open in the mirror. How was that possible? I decided I wasn't staying in the house alone. I'd go to a neighbor's or wait in Derek's driveway, or just sit in our front yard until my family got home. Anything would be better than this. I started gathering my homework, shoving it into my backpack with trembling hands. As I was doing this, I glanced at the mirror again. There was a shadow on the basement stairs in the reflection. A dark, human-shaped shadow just standing there halfway up the stairs. I could only see the upper half of it, but it was definitely person-shaped. And it was definitely not my reflection. I was still sitting at the table. I froze, unable to move, unable to breathe. The shadow didn't move either. It just stood there, watching me through the mirror. Then, slowly, it raised what looked like an arm, as if it was waving at me. I let out a small, strangled sound, somewhere between a gasp and a whimper. I couldn't tear my eyes away from the mirror. The shadow started to move, climbing the stairs toward the door. The door that was open in the mirror but closed in reality. That's when I realized something that made no sense. I couldn't see the basement stairs in the mirror from where I was sitting. The angle was all wrong. The mirror should only show the door, not what was behind it. I forced myself to look away from the mirror and stared at the actual basement door. It was still closed. I looked back at the mirror. The shadow was at the top of the stairs now, a dark silhouette that seemed to fill the doorway in the reflection. I couldn't move, I couldn't breathe, I couldn't think. I just sat there, paralyzed with fear, as the shadow in the mirror stepped through the doorway that wasn't open in reality. And then it happened. A laugh, a deep, masculine laugh right next to my ear. So close I could feel the breath on my neck, so real, so present, so there. I screamed and jumped out of my chair, falling backward onto the floor. I scrambled backward, crab walking away from the table, away from the mirror, away from whatever had just laughed in my ear. There was nothing there. No one was standing where I'd been sitting. No one was in the room with me at all. But I had heard it. I had felt it. The breath on my ear, the sound so close it seemed to vibrate inside my skull. I didn't think. I just ran. I bolted for the front door, fumbling with the lock with shaking hands. I burst outside into the cold November air, not even grabbing a jacket. I ran down the driveway and stood under the streetlight, gulping in the cold air, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I stayed there, shivering in the cold, for over an hour until I saw our family car pull into the driveway. I've never been so happy to see my parents and annoying little brother in my life. Of course, when I told them what happened, they didn't believe me. Dad checked the whole house, found nothing. Mum suggested I'd fallen asleep at the table and had a nightmare. Tommy just laughed and called me a wuss. But I know what I experienced. I know what I heard. That laugh, it wasn't human. Or if it was, it wasn't from anyone alive. It had this quality to it, like it was enjoying my fear, like it had been waiting for me to notice it. We still live in that house. I still have to walk past that mirror every day. Sometimes I catch myself avoiding looking at it, taking the long way around to get upstairs. Sometimes when I'm home alone, I think I hear that faint talking again. But I never investigate. I never will. I don't know what was in our house that day. I don't know if it's still there. All I know is that sometimes what you see in mirrors isn't always what's really there, and sometimes what you hear isn't coming from anywhere in this world. I still have nightmares about that laugh. Story 22. I'm not even sure why I'm writing this now. Maybe because I can't sleep. Maybe because I need someone else to know what happened. It's been 3 months, and I still wake up in cold sweats with that image burned into my brain. For context, I was sent to this therapeutic boarding school in Utah when I was 14. My parents called it an emotional growth program, but really it was for troubled teens, kids with behavioral issues, substance problems, that kind of thing. I wasn't the worst kid there by far, just had some anger management problems and kept skipping school. Anyway, this place was pretty strict. We had to earn privileges through this weird level system, and they monitored everything. What we ate, who we talked to, even how long we showered. The school was in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by desert and mountains. Most days were the same boring routine, but once a month they'd take us on these wilderness excursions that were supposed to build character or whatever. This particular trip was to Zion National Park. I'd never been before, and despite hating being at the school, I was actually kind of excited. We loaded up into these white passenger vans early on a Thursday morning in October. It was me and 11 other students, plus 3 staff members, Jake, our group leader, and 2 assistants, Melissa and Tom. The drive took about 3 hours. I remember staring out the window, watching the landscape change, listening to Devon, one of the other students, complain about not having his phone. None of us had phones or any electronics. That was part of the therapy. We arrived at Zion around 11 in the morning. The place was stunning. Massive red rock formations towering above us. The kind of natural beauty that makes you feel tiny and insignificant. We hiked for a few hours before setting up camp in this designated area. It wasn't deep backcountry or anything. There were a few other groups camping nearby, but far enough away that we couldn't really interact with them. After setting up our tents, Jake gave us some free time before dinner. A few of us, me, Devon, and this kid Chris, decided to explore the area around our campsite. We weren't supposed to wander off, but we figured staying within eyesight was good enough. That's when Chris spotted it, a small pile of what looked like bones about 30 yards from our campsite, partially hidden beneath a small overhang in the rock. They weren't large, definitely not human, maybe from a rabbit or coyote or something. "Dude, check this out," Chris called, crouching down to get a better look. Devon and I walked over. The bones were arranged in this weird pattern, not just scattered randomly like you'd expect if an animal had died there. They were deliberately placed in a small circle with what looked like a larger bone in the center. "Should we touch them?" Devon asked, already reaching out. "I don't know, man," I said, feeling suddenly uneasy. "Maybe we should tell Jake." We did end up telling Jake, who came over to inspect the bones with Melissa. Their reaction was weird. They exchanged this look I couldn't quite read, and then Jake firmly told us not to touch the bones. "They could be contaminated with disease," he explained. "Let's leave them alone and stay away from this area." That night around the campfire, I noticed Jake and Melissa whispering to each other and looking concerned. When I asked what was wrong, Jake just said something about making sure we respected nature and left no trace of our presence. The rest of the camping trip was normal. Hiking, team-building exercises, cooking freeze-dried food that tasted like cardboard. No one mentioned the bones again, and I mostly forgot about them until 2 days later when we were packing up to head back to the school. As we were loading our gear into the vans, I overheard Tom asking Chris and Devon if they had taken anything from the campsite that didn't belong to them. They both denied it, but there was something off about the way they answered. Too quick, too defensive. But Tom didn't push it, and we left Zion around noon. About an hour into our drive back, we stopped for gas in this tiny town just outside the park. While Jake was filling up the van, this older Native American man approached our group. He was maybe in his 60s, wearing faded jeans and a weathered denim jacket. He had this intense gaze that made me immediately uncomfortable. Without introducing himself, he looked directly at our group and asked, "Did any of you take the bones you found near your campsite?" The silence that followed was deafening. How did he know about the bones? We hadn't told anyone outside our group, and the site where we found them wasn't visible from the main trail. Jake stepped forward, looking tense. "Sir, I'm not sure what you're—" "I took one," Devon suddenly blurted out, his face pale. "Just a small one. I thought it looked cool." Then Chris spoke up too. "Yeah, I took 2 of them. I'm sorry." I was shocked. At this school, nobody ever admitted to breaking rules. The consequences were always too severe. Loss of privileges, extra chores, sometimes even isolation. But here they were, confessing immediately to this stranger. The man's expression didn't change, but something in his eyes hardened. "Those bones are sacred to my people," he said quietly. "They were placed there as part of a ritual. You need to return them immediately." Jake's face had gone from confused to genuinely frightened. He quickly agreed, apologizing profusely. Devon and Chris retrieved the bones from their backpacks and handed them to the man, who wrapped them carefully in a small piece of red cloth he pulled from his pocket. Before walking away, the man looked at each of us in turn. When his eyes met mine, I felt a cold sensation run down my spine. "The spirits do not forget disrespect," he said. Then he turned and walked away. No one spoke as we got back in the van. Jake tried to act normal, but I could tell he was rattled. He kept checking the rearview mirror as if expecting the man to be following us. The 3-hour drive back to school was completely silent, except for the radio playing softly in the background. When we arrived at school, Jake called Devon and Chris into his office. I don't know what he said to them, but they both looked shaken when they came out. The next day at breakfast, Devon told me they'd gotten off with just a warning, which was unheard of at this place. Jake said we needed to respect other cultures and their beliefs, Devon explained, pushing his eggs around on his plate. He seemed really worried, man. I tried to put the whole thing out of my mind over the next few days. We fell back into our normal routine. Classes in the morning, therapy sessions in the afternoon, structured activities in the evening. But I kept thinking about what the man had said about spirits not forgetting disrespect. It was about 3 nights after we returned from Zion that it happened. Our dorm was set up with 2 students per room, and I shared with this kid named Marcus, who'd been at the school for almost a year. The rooms were small, with just enough space for 2 twin beds, 2 desks, and 2 small dressers. That night, I had trouble falling asleep. I kept feeling like someone was watching me. Our dorm supervisor did bed checks at 10 p.m., and after that, the hallways were supposed to be empty. But around midnight, I thought I heard footsteps outside our door. I tried to ignore it, figuring it was just another student going to the bathroom. But then I heard it again, slower this time, like someone was deliberately trying to be quiet. I thought about waking Marcus, but he was finally getting some decent sleep after struggling with insomnia for weeks, so I let him be. Eventually, I must have fallen asleep because the next thing I knew, I was waking up to a sharp, raspy voice whispering my name. Ethan, Ethan. At first I thought it was Marcus messing with me, but when I glanced over, he was still sound asleep, his back to me. The voice came again, closer this time, almost directly in my ear. Ethan. I see you, Ethan. I tried to sit up, to turn on my bedside lamp, but I couldn't move. Not a single muscle in my body would respond. It was like I was completely paralyzed. I could still breathe, still blink, but that was it. Panic surged through me as I realized I was experiencing sleep paralysis, something I'd read about but never experienced before. I tried to calm myself down, remembering that sleep paralysis often comes with hallucinations. That's all this was, I told myself, just my brain playing tricks on me. Then I felt the bed dip slightly at my feet, as if something had just put weight on it. Slowly, painfully slowly, a head began to rise from the foot of my bed. It was hairless and pale, not just white, but a sickly, corpse-like grey-white. Its face was gaunt, with sunken cheeks and eyes that were too large, too black. Its mouth was stretched into this horrible grin that showed too many teeth, all of them sharp and yellowed. It looked exactly like that internet legend, the Rake, this emaciated humanoid creature I'd seen in creepypasta stories online before coming to the school. But this wasn't a story on a screen. This was in my room, on my bed, staring directly at me with those bottomless black eyes. You saw them, it whispered, its voice like sandpaper on metal. You saw the bones. Your friends took them, disrespected them. I wanted to scream, to run, to do anything, but I remained frozen, able only to watch as it slowly crawled up from the foot of the bed, its movements jerky and unnatural, like watching footage played at the wrong speed. Should have stopped them, it hissed, now hovering directly above me, its face inches from mine. Its breath smelled like rot and wet earth. Should have stopped them, Ethan. I don't know how long it stayed there, staring down at me. It felt like hours, but was probably only minutes. Then, as suddenly as it had appeared, my paralysis broke. I gasped for air, my body jerking upright. The creature was gone. The room was empty except for Marcus, who was still asleep, completely undisturbed. I didn't think, didn't hesitate. I bolted from the room, past the other doors where my fellow students slept, and into the common area. The night supervisor, a guy named Paul, was at his desk doing paperwork. "Whoa, Ethan, what's wrong?" he asked, standing up as I burst into the room, gasping for breath. I tried to explain what I'd seen, but the words tumbled out in a confused mess. Paul clearly thought I'd had a nightmare, or was making it up to get attention. He walked me back to my room, checked inside, finding nothing, of course, and told me to go back to sleep. "If you're still upset in the morning, we can talk to your therapist about it," he said before leaving. Marcus had woken up by this point and was staring at me with concern. "Dude, are you okay?" he whispered once Paul was gone. I tried to explain what had happened, but even as I was saying it, I could hear how crazy it sounded. Marcus was sympathetic, but I could tell he didn't really believe me. He thought it was just a vivid nightmare. "Maybe it's stress from the camping trip," he suggested, trying to be helpful. I didn't sleep the rest of that night. I sat up in bed with my back against the wall, staring at the door until sunrise. The next day, I told a few other students what had happened, including Devon and Chris. They seemed genuinely freaked out, especially when I mentioned the creature talking about the bones. "Maybe it was that Native American guy," Devon suggested nervously. "Maybe he followed us back somehow." But that didn't make sense. The thing I saw wasn't human. It couldn't have been the man from the gas station. I've been back from that trip for 3 months now, and I haven't seen the creature again. But sometimes late at night, I think I hear that raspy voice whispering my name, and I still can't shake the feeling that what happened that night was connected to those bones we found. That somehow, by allowing my friends to take them, I'd played a part in desecrating something sacred. The staff never mentioned the incident again, and when I tried to bring it up in therapy, my counselor suggested we focus on my tendency to seek attention through elaborate stories. Eventually, I stopped talking about it altogether. But I know what I saw. I know it was real. And sometimes, when I catch a glimpse of something pale moving in my peripheral vision, I wonder if it's still watching me, waiting for me to let my guard down again. I don't know if anyone will believe this. I'm not sure I would if I heard someone else tell this story, but I needed to write it down, to tell someone who won't immediately dismiss it as the imagination of a troubled teen. Because whatever that thing was, whether it was the rake or some spirit guardian of those bones or something else entirely, it was real, and part of me is afraid it's not done with me yet. Story 23. I've never been the type to believe in ghosts or anything paranormal. I was always the skeptic in my friend group, the one who rolled my eyes at ghost hunting shows and laughed at people who claimed their houses were haunted. But that was before the night I woke up and saw Charles. I was living in Pinehaven at the time, a quiet suburban neighborhood where nothing ever happened. My ex-boyfriend and I had been together for about 2 years, and we'd just moved in together 6 months before. It was a small 2-bedroom ranch-style house, nothing special, but it was ours, you know. That first night, I remember it was weirdly cold for summer. I had gone to bed around 11, and my boyfriend came in later after playing video games. I was in that fuzzy half-sleep state when I felt something off, like that feeling when someone's staring at you. I opened my eyes and nearly stopped breathing. There was a man standing at the foot of our bed, just standing there watching me. The room was dark, but somehow I could see him clearly, which makes no sense. He looked to be in his 30s or 40s, with this dirty brown curly hair that hung limply around his face. His eyes were the most unsettling part, this unnatural green that seemed to glow in the darkness. He wore this red and white pinstripe hat that looked old-fashioned, like something from the 50s. The weirdest part? I somehow knew his name was Charles. Not like he told me or was wearing a name tag or anything crazy like that. I just knew. Like the information was downloaded directly into my brain. I couldn't move, couldn't scream. I just stared back at him for what felt like forever, but was probably only seconds. Finally, I managed to roll over and shake my boyfriend's arm. "There's someone in our room," I whispered, my voice barely working. He groaned and stirred, and when I turned back, Charles was gone. Just gone. My boyfriend thought I was dreaming, of course. Told me to go back to sleep, that it was just a nightmare. I lay awake until dawn, afraid to close my eyes. The next night was worse. I'd convinced myself that I had dreamed the whole Charles thing, that it was just sleep paralysis or something. But around 3 in the morning, I woke up again. This time, there was a different man. older, maybe in his 50s, with this horrible, menacing presence. He stood in the corner of the room, partially hidden in the shadows, but I could feel his hatred radiating toward me. I didn't know his name this time, but I could feel his intentions weren't good. Again, I woke my boyfriend. Again, the figure vanished when I turned back. Again, my boyfriend told me I was dreaming. But the next morning I found a deep gash on my upper left arm. It was about 4 inches long, running from near my shoulder down toward my elbow. It wasn't bleeding anymore, but it was deep enough that it should have needed stitches. I have no idea how it got there. I didn't hit anything in my sleep, didn't sleepwalk, nothing. My boyfriend was freaked out too, but we both tried to rationalize it. Maybe I scratched myself in my sleep. Maybe I caught it on something in the bathroom during the night and was too tired to remember. I still have the scar. Sometimes I catch myself tracing it with my fingertips when I'm anxious, like I'm doing right now as I type this. Over the next few weeks, the visits became more frequent. Sometimes it was Charles with his pinstripe hat, sometimes the older man, sometimes shadowy figures I couldn't quite make out. I started waking up with bruises on my legs, my arms, once even on my neck like someone had grabbed me. Small ones at first, then larger, darker. My boyfriend started to get worried, asking if I was having dizzy spells or bumping into things during the day. I wasn't. About 3 months after that first night, I started noticing the shadows even when I was awake. I'd be doing dishes and see a dark shape move in my peripheral vision. I'd be watching TV and feel eyes on me from the hallway. Once, I swear I saw a shadow following my boyfriend as he walked from the living room to the kitchen, like it was attached to him, but not quite his shadow. It moved wrong. One evening stands out in my memory. I was sitting on the couch putting on my shoes to go for a walk. My boyfriend walked into the bathroom and a massive black shadow followed him. Not like his actual shadow. This was bigger, darker, and it moved with this weird fluidity that made my skin crawl. I called out to him, but he didn't hear me. When he came out a minute later, the shadow was gone. Another time, I was alone in the living room. Our spare bedroom door was open, and I watched as the shape of a man, not solid but not quite transparent either, materialized from inside the room. It peeked around the edge of our dresser, just watching me. I froze, remote control in hand, afraid to move. After what felt like an eternity, it slipped back into the bedroom. When I finally worked up the courage to check, the room was empty. My boyfriend started to get frustrated with me. He thought I was making it up for attention or that I had some kind of mental health issue. We fought about it constantly. I started keeping a journal, documenting each encounter, each unexplained bruise or scratch. I took photos of the injuries, trying to prove to myself that I wasn't crazy. The worst part was the isolation. I couldn't tell anyone what was happening. Who would believe me? I started sleeping less and less, afraid of what I might see when I closed my eyes. I lost weight, started calling in sick to work. My friends stopped inviting me out because I always cancelled at the last minute, too afraid to leave the house after dark. Eventually, my boyfriend and I broke up. He couldn't handle it anymore. My jumpiness, my insistence that something supernatural was happening, my middle-of-the-night panic attacks. I don't blame him. Living with me had become a nightmare. After the breakup, I moved to a different state, thinking maybe it was the house that was haunted, not me. I was wrong. The entities followed me. The first few weeks in my new apartment were quiet, and I started to think maybe it was over. Then one night, I woke up around 2 in the morning to see this strange blue glowing mist hovering on the ceiling directly above my bed. It pulsated slightly, like it was breathing, and just like with Charles, I somehow knew that if I went under it, if I stood up and walked through it, something terrible would happen to me. I lay there, frozen, watching it expand and contract. Then In a burst of courage or stupidity, I rolled off the side of my bed and darted around it, lunging for the light switch. When the lights came on, the mist was gone. After 2 years of these experiences, I finally broke down and sought professional help. I was diagnosed with severe anxiety and given medication, but the psychiatrist suggested there might be some unresolved trauma triggering these hallucinations. I played along, took the pills, did the therapy. None of it helped. If anything, the entities became more aggressive. The bruises got worse. I started finding scratches on my back that I couldn't have possibly given myself. One morning, I woke up with what looked like fingerprint bruises on both my upper arms, like someone had been holding me down. I've tried everything: sage, salt circles, religious symbols, crystals. I've had my home blessed by 3 different religious leaders. I've moved 4 times in the past 3 years. Nothing helps. The worst part is that I've started to feel like they're trying to communicate something, Charles especially. Sometimes he just watches me with this sad expression, like he's trying to warn me. The older man seems angrier, more threatening. Sometimes I wake up and they're both there, standing on opposite sides of my bed, like they're fighting over me or something. Last week, I woke up to find Charles sitting on the edge of my bed. He was more solid than I'd ever seen him, almost real enough to touch. He reached out his hand toward my face, and I swear I felt cold fingers brush against my cheek. I wanted to scream but couldn't. Then he leaned in close and his lips moved, but I couldn't hear anything. When I blinked, he was gone. The next morning, I found a perfect handprint bruise on my cheek where he had touched me. I'm writing this because I don't know what else to do. I'm exhausted. I haven't had a full night's sleep in over 3 years. I've lost friends, family, jobs. People think I'm crazy or attention-seeking or on drugs. My current roommate is already making noises about me needing to find another place because I keep waking her up with my screaming. Last night was the worst yet. I went to bed around midnight after triple-checking all the locks and leaving every light in my bedroom on. I still woke up in complete darkness around 3:15 in the morning. Both Charles and the older man were there, but this time there were others too. Shadowy figures filling every corner of my room. Some looked like people, others were just vague human-shaped darkness. The blue mist was back too, swirling around the ceiling. I couldn't move at all this time. It was like I was paralyzed. Charles approached first, leaning down close to my face again. His lips moved, and this time I heard a whisper, though it wasn't so much a sound as a feeling in my head. "They're coming for you." The older man pushed him aside and reached for my throat. I felt pressure, real physical pressure, as his hands closed around my neck. I couldn't breathe. I was sure I was going to die. Then Charles was there again, pulling him away. They seemed to be fighting, though there was no sound. The shadows around the room started moving faster, swirling like they were caught in a wind I couldn't feel. The blue mist descended lower, almost touching my face. Suddenly I could move again. I scrambled out of bed and ran for the door, but it wouldn't open. The knob turned, but it was like something was holding it shut from the other side. The shadows were closing in now. I could feel cold spots passing through me as they moved around the room. I backed up against the wall and slid down to the floor, covering my face with my arms. I could feel them touching me, cold fingers on my skin, tugging at my hair, pressing against my back. I started reciting any prayer I could remember, anything to make them go away. Then, as suddenly as it started, everything stopped. The room temperature returned to normal. When I lowered my arms and opened my eyes, my bedroom was empty and the door was standing wide open. This morning, my roommate asked me who I was talking to last night. She said she heard a man's voice coming from my room around 3 in the morning, having what sounded like an argument with me. When she tried to check on me, my door was locked from the inside. I'm covered in bruises today. There's a perfect handprint on my throat that's already turning purple. I have scratch marks down both arms and a bite mark on my shoulder that I can't explain. I don't know what they want from me. I don't know why this is happening or how to make it stop. All I know is that I can't keep living like this, jumping at shadows and afraid to close my eyes. Whatever these things are, ghosts, demons, hallucinations, they're getting stronger, and I'm getting weaker. Charles whispered something else to me last night right before everything stopped. I've been trying to forget it, but I can't. He said, "It's too late now. They've marked you." I'm afraid to go to sleep tonight. Story 24. I'm still not sure what I saw that night 6 years ago, but I know it wasn't my imagination. Sometimes I still wake up in the middle of the night and scan my bedroom corners, just to be sure it hasn't come back. I was 19 at the time, and still living with my parents in our house in Mapleton. It's your typical boring suburban town where nothing ever happens. We had this old 2-story house with 4 bedrooms. My parents had the master downstairs, my brother had his own room, and I shared with my younger sister, Melissa. That night started like any other. It was a Tuesday in October. Nothing special. I remember it was around 11:30 when I finally got into bed. Melissa was already asleep in her twin bed across the room. She'd always been able to fall asleep the second her head hit the pillow, which I was eternally jealous of because I've always struggled with insomnia. Our bedroom had this weird layout. My bed was against the wall near the door, and Melissa's was in the opposite corner with this old armchair at the foot of it. The chair was where we'd toss our clothes or bags, nothing special. Between our beds was a nightstand we shared, and we had a dresser against the wall near my bed. I was exhausted that night but still couldn't fall asleep. So I was just lying there, scrolling through my phone. The only light in the room was from my phone screen, casting this weird blue glow. Our parents had this rule about keeping bedroom doors open at night. Some fire safety thing my dad was paranoid about, so there was a bit of dim hallway light coming in too. After maybe 20 minutes of mindless scrolling, I put my phone down and tried to actually sleep. That's when I noticed something at the corner of Melissa's bed. It looked like a small, dark lump about the size of a cat. My first thought was that it was just Midnight, my black cat. He always slept with me, but sometimes he'd wander around at night before settling down. I didn't think much of it. I figured he'd come over to my bed eventually, so I closed my eyes and tried to drift off. But something felt off. You know that feeling when you're being watched? That prickly sensation on the back of your neck? That's what I felt. I opened my eyes again and looked over at the dark shape. It hadn't moved, but I swear it was looking at me. I couldn't make out any features, no eyes or anything, but I could feel it staring. It's hard to explain, but it was like this intense focus directed right at me. I blinked a few times, trying to adjust my eyes to the darkness. The shape was definitely there, a solid black silhouette against the slightly lighter background of Melissa's floral bedspread. I figured Midnight was just being weird, so I whispered his name, expecting him to meow or come over. Nothing happened. The shape didn't move or make a sound. I checked the time on my phone, 12:15. I'd been aware of this thing for about half an hour now. I told myself I was being stupid and tried to go back to sleep, but I kept opening my eyes to check if it was still there. Then, around 12:30, I saw it move. Not like a cat stretching or repositioning. It literally glided from the corner of Melissa's bed to the armchair at the foot of her bed. There was no sound, no walking motion. It just shifted positions in this fluid way that made my stomach drop. I sat up slowly, my heart starting to pound. I squinted at the chair, and the shape was definitely there, still about the size of a cat, completely black, and somehow I knew it was still watching me. I thought maybe my eyes were playing tricks on me, so I rubbed them hard, hoping the shape would disappear. It didn't. By this point, I was getting seriously freaked out. If it wasn't Midnight, what the hell was I looking at? I figured the only way to know for sure was to go check. I slowly pulled back my covers and swung my legs over the side of the bed. The floor creaked as I stood up, and I winced at the noise, irrationally afraid of disturbing whatever that thing was. As I took a step toward the chair, the shape seemed to become more alert. I can't explain how I knew this, because it had no visible features, but the intensity of its attention increased. I took another step, and another, my heart hammering so loud I was sure it would wake Melissa. When I was about 3 feet away from the chair, the shape just dissolved. It didn't fade gradually or move away. It literally disintegrated into nothing, like black smoke dispersing in an instant. 1 second it was there, the next it was gone. I stood frozen, staring at the now empty chair. There was nothing there, no cat, no strange object that could have been mistaken for a cat-sized figure. Nothing, just some clothes Melissa had tossed there earlier. That's when I felt something brush against my leg. I nearly screamed, but managed to clamp my hand over my mouth. I looked down and saw Midnight weaving between my legs, looking up at me with his yellow eyes, completely normal. My blood ran cold as I realized what this meant. I slowly turned back toward my bed, and that's when I saw it. The slight depression in my sheets, where Midnight had been sleeping this entire time. He'd been there all along, curled up against my dark grey and black sheets, where I couldn't see him in the dim light. The realization hit me like a truck. Whatever I'd been watching for the past hour wasn't my cat. It wasn't anything I could explain. I stood there shaking, my mind racing through possibilities. Was I hallucinating? Was I dreaming? But I knew I was wide awake, and what I'd seen felt undeniably real. Midnight meowed softly and jumped back onto my bed, curling up in the exact same spot he'd apparently been in all night. I wanted to run to my parents' room, but I was 19, for God's sake. I couldn't just go crying to my parents about shadows in the night. Plus, there was this overwhelming fear that if I left the room, whatever that thing was might do something to Melissa. She was still sleeping peacefully, completely unaware of what had just happened. So I got back into bed, pulled the covers up to my chin, and stared wide-eyed at the ceiling. Midnight purred next to me, and I kept one hand buried in his fur, reassuring myself that he was real and there. I didn't sleep at all that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I imagined that featureless black shape watching me, waiting. The next morning, I was a complete wreck. My mom noticed and asked if I was feeling sick. I mumbled something about not sleeping well and went about my day like a zombie. I couldn't stop thinking about what I'd seen. The more I thought about it, the more convinced I became that it hadn't been my imagination. That evening, I finally broke down and told my dad. We were alone in the kitchen after dinner, and I just blurted it all out. I expected him to laugh it off or tell me I'd been dreaming, but his reaction surprised me. He got really quiet and serious, asked me a bunch of questions about exactly what I'd seen and felt. My dad's always been religious, not in an over-the-top way, but he goes to church every Sunday and reads the Bible regularly. After I finished telling him everything, he nodded like what I was saying made perfect sense. "I believe you, Claire," he said, and I nearly cried with relief. "Some things in this world can't be explained, but that doesn't mean they aren't real." That night he came into our bedroom with his Bible. He flipped through it until he found a specific page, then placed it open on our dresser. I didn't read what page it was on, but I remember seeing Psalm something at the top. "Leave this here," he told me. "Don't close it." I didn't question him. At that point, I would have agreed to anything that might keep that thing away, whether it was the Bible or just coincidence. I never saw the shadow figure again. Melissa never experienced anything weird in our room, and eventually I was able to fall asleep without scanning every corner first. But I never forgot what it felt like to be watched by that thing. It wasn't just that it was unexplainable, it was the feeling of its attention. There was something almost hungry about it. Not physically hungry, but like it was feeding on my awareness of it, like it wanted me to see it, wanted me to be afraid. I've moved out since then, got my own apartment in the city. Midnight still sleeps with me every night, and I still keep him close. Sometimes when I wake up in the middle of the night, I catch myself looking for that shapeless black figure in the corners of my room. The weirdest part is that I'm still not sure what scares me more. The possibility that I might see it again someday, or the knowledge that it was there at all, watching me from the darkness for reasons I'll never understand. I haven't told many people this story. Most would probably think I dreamed the whole thing, or that my eyes were playing tricks on me in the dark. But I know what I saw, and more importantly, I know what I felt. Something was in my room that night, something that wasn't supposed to be there. Sometimes I wonder if it's still out there somewhere, watching other people from the shadows while they sleep, unaware. And sometimes, on particularly dark nights, I find myself staring at the corners of my bedroom just to make sure.